money to
lot
be
of money to
paid
be
to
paid
get your
to
journal
get your journal
published.
published.
And this is
And
something
this is something
in India we
in
think
India we
is a
think
little
is a little
ironic because
ironic because
you do your
you do your
research, you
research,
want
you
to get
want
money
to
for
get
your
money for your
research, and
research,
then when you
and
want to
then when you want to
publish, you also
publish,
want to
you also
pay,
want to pay,
which may be
which may be
okay from a
okay
different
from a
angle,
different
but
angle, but
from other angle,
from
if you
other
see
angle,
lot
if
of
you see
people
young
to get
people
your
to
journal
get your journal
published,
published,
and this is
and
something
this is something
in India we think
India we
is
think
little
also those
are in the
are in the
university because
university because
you do your
you do
research,
your
you
research,
want to
you
get
want
money
to
for
get
your
money for
research,
your research,
and then
where
when
they
you
will
publish,
publish,
you want to
and
pay.
want to pay.
We that is
We
why
that
which
is
may
why
be
which may be
okay from a
okay
different
from a
angle,
different
but
angle, but
quality of
from
other angle, it is
other angle,
important
it
where
must
you
be paid
get your
where it get
journal
published.
and this is
And
something
this is something
in India we think
India
also
we think
those
also those
are in the
are in the
university because
university because
you do your
you do
research,
your research, but unable to
get
publish,
money for your
money
research,
for your research,
and then
where
when
they
you
will
publish,
publish,
there is a lot of
there
pressure
is a
on
lot
us
of pressure
also.
on us.
That is why
That is why which may be
okay, we have been
we have
sustaining
been
this, but
quality of
other angle, from
other
an
angle,
angle,
from an
we are
angle,
paying.
paid
It's
where
not that we are
we
making
are
this is something
this is something
in India we think
is also those
are in the
university
because otherwise
you do your
research,
research, but unable to publish money for your research.
so we had
Where they will
publish. There is a lot of pressure on us.
That's why which may be
Okay, we have been sustaining this, but the second and it's not that we are making this is something in India we think also those some of the university otherwise you do your research, but unable to publish money for your research. So we had where they will there is a lot of pressure, that's why which may be okay, we have been sustaining this, but second it's not that we are making this is something in India we think also those some of the university otherwise you do your research, but unable to publish money for your research. So we had where they will there is a lot of pressure, that's why which may be okay, we have been sustaining second it's not that we are making this is something in India we think also those some of the university otherwise you do your research, but unable to publish money for your research. So we had where they will there is a lot of pressure, that's why which may be okay, we have been sustaining second it's not that we are making this is something in India we think also those some of the university otherwise you do your research, second so we had where they will there is a lot of that's why which may be okay, we have been sustaining it's not that we are this is something in India we think also those some of the university otherwise you
Professor B.L. Dikshatulu presided over ISRS during 1990 to 91 and acted as chief editor of journal during 2008 to 11. It was Professor Dikshatulu who initiated awarding researchers for their contribution with P.R. Pisharuti Award, the then Indian National Award. Best paper published in general, the SPEC Award, the Optomic Award, and the Vikram Sarabhai Memorial Lecture. He worked towards the printing and publishing of the journal with Springer to give it the international audience. Thank you so much, sir, for connecting with us online. I request you to kindly say a few words. Professor Dikshatulu, sir, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. I have been hearing.
It is not connected. There is some technical glitch. We'll continue with the ceremony. Dr. Asis Bhattacharya acted as chief editor of Journal of ISRS during 1979 to 83. With very limited facilities and no assistance, he managed to bring out the journal single-handedly on time for all the. Due to his health issue, Dr. Asis was not able to present with us, but he has joined us online. We thank you, sir, for your dedication and commitment towards the Journal of Indian Society of Remote Sensing.
Thank you.
Padma Bhushan Dr. George Joseph has presided over the society during 1994 to 96, 2002 to 2004, and acted as the chief editor and editor-in-chief of the journal from 2012 to 21. It was during his tenure that the society successfully organized the Silver Jubilee celebrations. Also, the society started its association with the International Society for Photo Interpretation and Remote Sensing. I request President ISRS and Editor-in-Chief JISRS to kindly felicitate Dr. George Joseph. Thank you so much, sir, for your vision. Professor S.K. Bhan was Vice President of the Society during 1994 to 96 and President during 2000 to 2002. Professor Bhan has worked towards streamlining the journal publications, including the focus on timely publication. He made sure that the ISRS local chapters be actively involved in ISRS activities. He organized ISPRS activities, including the conduction of ISPRS workshops, annual convention, and national symposium. We thank you, sir, for your dedication towards the society. Dr. R.R. Navalgund acted as the Vice President of ISRS during 1996 to 98, President during 2004 to 6, and 2010 to 12. During his tenure, institution of the President's Appreciation Awards, ISRS Best Chapter Award, SDI Awards, for example, Geospatial Awards for Excellence, and SDI Awards for the Best Paper Published in General, and the Young Achiever Awards were initiated. Thank you so much, sir, for your contribution. Dr. Ramesh P. Singh was chief editor during 2001 to 2007. It was during his tenure that JISRS was included in Thomson SCI list. The international acceptance of this journal increased its credibility. Dr. Singh has joined us online.
Are you able to hear me?
Since 1983. He's the current Asia representative of ISPRS. ISRS also received appreciation from the Department of Science and Technology and NCSTC for successfully conducting the National Science Day drive under his leadership. I request President ISRS to kindly felicitate Dr. Nayak. Thank you so much, sir, for your continuous support towards this. Vinay Kumar Dadwal was president of ISRS during 2012-14 and editor of Journal of ISRS during 2011 to 22. He is currently heading the Technical Commission 8 of ISPRS. He has helped the journal to grow by providing the excellent editorial expertise that has raised the standard of the journal. I request President ISRS and Dr. R.P. Singh to kindly felicitate Dr. Dadwal. Thank you, sir. Dr. Prakash Chauhan was executive editor of the journal during 2020-22, president of ISRS for the term 2022-24. While servicing of office of ex-editorship of JISRS, he not only upheld the standard of the journal, but also expanded the editorial board of the journal towards the judicious selection of the high-quality submission. His active involvement as the executive editor of the JISRS has helped it to achieve a great impact factor journal. I request Editor-in-Chief JISRS Nayak and Padma Bhushan Dr. Joseph to kindly felicitate Dr. Prakash Chauhan. Thank you so much, sir. Our past presidents, Dr. Nilesh Desai and Dr. Tapan Mishra, could not join us for this occasion. However, we are highly indebted to them for all the support they have given us and their contributions towards the society. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, sir. Since 1969, we have grown leaps and bounds. With indispensable recognition and remarkable contribution, the Society and Journal of the Society has been bestowed with innumerable applause. I now invite respected Dr. V.K. Dadwal sir to kindly share his experiences with us.
All dignitaries on the dais, in fact, we should say gurus, and all the esteemed members and stakeholders of the society and journal. So I joined SAC in June 1983, and immediately Dr. Baldev Sai asked that there is a symposium proceedings being brought out. So as a less than 1 month experience, we did the proofreading for the SWAR proceedings. In fact, SWAR was the first symposium which had before the symposium all papers printed and Dr. Baldev Sai's editing and our proofreading only. I would say that. So we became a member of society. Incidentally, then I was also one of the team members to start the signatures, a newsletter brought out by the chapter, and I continue. I would say that I have been benefited more by the society than what I would contribute or would have done, because society bestowed so many awards. I don't want to go through them. But the next important phase was Professor R.P. Singh, then at IIT Kanpur, He handed over the journal, and he also had a digital file of the editors and the pending papers, published papers. So from that time onward, found that there are almost like 150 submissions, and while we were publishing maybe 75. So I started the habit of going through the paper, and at least 25% rejected by the editor itself. So morning, then I just did another paper. I found uh, after the let us say we joined the Springer, uh, my login said papers reviewed 2738. So I just thought the chap- the society and the journal has given so much to read and learn. So that way we are very highly indebted. I would also like to say about the society. We have already clapped, I think, for the SAC and NRSC. Both have, of course, NRSC. I'll just come in a moment. But I was here at IIRS, so I would say the participation of the entire IIRS faculty in nurturing the society, the journal, because in the earlier era, it was actually going to the printer, doing proofreading, correction, and all that, whether it is Dr. Sarnam Singh, whether it is Dr. S.K. Saha, during the period I was there, I think that they really did a very sort of laborious and methodical work, and the entire faculty to go through that. So that is what I would again like to say. I was also a beneficiary in the sense that by the time I was the president, we had very close association with ISRS, and that in 2014 we could hold a meetup symposium in Hyderabad, and we could bring in a lot of our uh, ISRS foreign colleagues as well as the. Uh, it has continued, I think. Uh, so, if I look myself, I would say that the society has fulfilled the society and fulfilled the role what it had assigned to itself for bringing in the education, recognizing the work, furthering the cause of the remote sensing. But I am sure now and today, with all your inputs and the guidance from people on the dais, we would be ready for the future challenges also. And I'm truly honored and indebted to be standing here in this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words of wisdom. We are sure that your experiences will go a long way in shaping the future of this. I now request Dr. R. R. Navalgund to share his experiences of long association he had with the society.
Good morning to all of you who are present in this auditorium and those who are online witnessing this golden jubilee celebrations of the Indian Society of Remote Sensing as well as the Journal of the Indian Society of Remote Sensing. It's really a great occasion for the ISRS, IIRS, and all of us to celebrate this event. As I recall, it was Dr. Baldev Sahai who introduced me to the Indian Society of Remote Sensing sometime in the early 80s. Not only me, a large number of my colleagues at the Space Application Center joined. Before that, the number was very small. The very fact that my life membership number is 125 speaks of the early stages of the ISRS. Now today it is 6,000. So of course, as was mentioned by Dr. Detpal, the first assignment was that symposium in water resources, SWAR. And the first time we took the challenge of doing an offset printing of the proceedings. So late in the night, in order to meet the deadlines, up to 12 o'clock or so, we used to be in the printing press near there, near Naranpura. I'm not mistaken, and you sit there and do the. So that was a lessons learned taught by Dr. Baldev Sahai in the hard work that we should do, not just for ourselves, but for the society. So that spirit of working continued. And then, of course, as expected, uh, and as you see from the dais, uh, you see that the members, the Indian Society of Remote from Space Application Center, Ahmedabad, have played a very active role and dominated proceedings many a times. Although most of us worked both at IARS and NRSA as well. So I don't want my colleagues from NRSC or IARS to feel bad, but it is true that the Ahmedabad people have tried. Even on the as I found that all of them are, except for Professor Bhan, who was with me at National Remote Sensing Agency at that time. All are originally from the Space Application Center, Ahmedabad. With all with all due respects to my colleagues from Indian Institute of Remote Sensing, as well as National Remote Sensing Agency, as well as ISRO headquarters, and many other institutions in the country who have immensely contributed to the growth of society. The advances in space technology, particularly in India and in the field of remote sensing, almost from 1979 with the launch of Bhaskara 1, and later on in 1988 by the satellite IRS, remote sensing satellite 1, and subsequent satellites, etc. And our own growth of society of remote sensing in the use of space-based remote sensing data, and our own careers have all been parallel in this respect. So I think it was a good platform for us, the Indian Society of Remote Sensing, to showcase what we could do with the remote sensing data, indigenous remote sensing data, on this platform of the Indian Society of Remote Sensing, some of which we could not have done being in ISRO alone. I think that is one of the very important synergy, convergence between ISRS and ISRO itself. And that is why ISRO was also very, very generous towards, towards ISRS in promoting the use of remote sensing technology in many of the state centers as well, particularly in the entire country. Our association, of course, with the ISPR also is worth mentioning. It started in 1996, although of the technical commission on sensors platforms, we did have interaction meeting, and we did have an excellent symposium at Bangalore, in which I saw that the then president, Dr. John, president, or I do not know, member of the executive council of ISPR, John Trinder, in spite of his indisposition of some point, he came to Bangalore and participated in that. And subsequent to that, I had the privilege of becoming the President Technical Commission 7 at that time on the more of the use of the remotely sensed data in applications, which was an extremely important experience for me to participate in those discussions in the council meetings, organizing an extremely important symposium in Hyderabad, where so many people participated. And just that, at the symposium also held the first time, uh, without posting, I must say, to the financial kitty of ISRS. That was very important to this society as such. So after that, subsequently, we have had Dr. Shailesh Nayak doing the Commission 4 at Goa, a very interesting place. So people participated, and also Dr. Tadwal, who was the next president from 2012 onwards. So I think the association with the ISPRS and IRS is something which has brought many of our remote sensing colleagues in close collaboration, in close interactions with people abroad, internationally, and that also benefited Indian Society of Remote Sensing to a large extent. I think we should acknowledge that particular aspect, etc. Earlier, this Asian Association of Remote Sensing, AARS, so happened that for some reason ISRO was the official member of this AARS. I felt it very strange that a government organization like ISRO should be a member of a professional society which is independent of government agencies. So I wasn't happy from the ISRS side. So my own contact with my own influences, I convinced the ISRO headquarters that look, you should not be the member of this particular thing. You should give it Indian Society of Remote Sensing. So was agreed, and then we became the member of the Asian Association of Remote Sensing. And we did
ISRS, ISPRS, etc. Many scientists, engineers have published valuable research and applied study papers in the journal, elevating the journal to an international level with high citation index. I understand it is about 1.8 today, and also Springer publication as a major partner. Certainly, we can all feel proud of the significant process made by both ISRS and the associated journal. We are on par excellence with international standards and publications. However, we should never be complacent. We see nowadays many more technological developments, use of drones, analytics, machine learning, deep learning, TensorFlow units, overriding graphical processing units, and Geo AI. The future is both highly challenging and demanding. Also, nowadays, many colleges and students are developing small satellites. Keeping this in mind, ISRS can develop some program courses for this group. I wish ISRS and JISRS an exciting future. Thank you for the felicitation and for organizing this function.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving us and the society a new direction. Dr. Asas Bhattacharya is also online with us. Sir, I would request you to say a few words.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Thank you. Good morning and warm greetings to all the members of the society and JISRS and the dignitaries present in this occasion. First of all, I should say I'm sorry that I'm unable to be present physically due to some personal health ground. So I should speak online. I'm very happy that I'm invited by Dr. Chauhan and also Dr. Praveen Thakur. I was the earlier chief editor of the journal, that is from 1979 to 1983, when everything was very much manual and hard copy based. Before me, late Professor D.P. Rao was the chief editor, and before that 1 year, B.N. Raina. So I was third in the succession of the chief editorialship, and it was challenging really at that time, because everything was manual and hard copy based. So still I enjoyed the editorial job, and Professor H.S. Iyer at that time, that then Secretary ISRS, that late Professor Iyer, inducted me in the society to do the different technical job of the society. And he made me the life member, and you can understand my life member is 67. So one of the earliest life members in the society. And when I was doing the chief editorship, at that time name was Photo Nirbachak. But at that time that journal was really, standard was quite high, almost comparable with the ITC journal. at that time there was no concept of really not that common, that concept of impact factor. That impact factor came much later on. Today the journal has attained a very high Himalayan height with impact factor 1.894. So during my time, even printing was very that very that manual. So we had to do that. Rather, I had to do single-handedly all the jobs, starting from editing, retyping, proofreading, and so on. Because proofreading was a very tedious job at that time, and you have to do that proofreading for the correct publication and printing of the journal. So which I took the effort, and there was no parallel help. I had to do single-handedly, because at that time that editorial board was very much in the nascent stage. Today, with all the technology has really that advanced leaps and bounds. With that present day editorialship work is in a different angle. Today, that though it is all that soft copy business, but one has to take very much care of that piracy and all those things, which was not there during that time. So the present editorial board is taking a lot of effort to make the journal standard quite high. So I really appreciate the present editorial board and all the members of the society. So with this thing, I tell that I enjoyed very much with all the adverse condition at the time. I enjoyed the editorship, chief editorship very much. Thank you very much, all of you, for a patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable guidance. Professor S.K. Bhan has played a crucial role in the evolution of the society during its early time. Now I request Professor Bhan to kindly address the gathering.
Good morning to all of you. Today, on this happy occasion, we are very happy, me and my wife. She has accompanied me today to Dehradun in celebration of Golden Jubilee. And we are thankful to President Mr. Chauhan for inviting us and taking part in this. Most of the history of the ISRS has been told, so I wouldn't repeat all those things. But there was a period in between. First time when I came to Dehradun, it was in 73, 74. That time I was trainee of this institute. That time it was known as IPI, Indian Photo Interpretation Institute, and I was in geology department. There were just two buildings in this campus at that time. One the main building and one hostel, 40-room hostel. And total land was without anything else. That time society was founded, and in 73 it was registered, and after completing our training, we all became member of the society. We are the first earliest few members of the society. And from that time onwards, it has taken a lot of steps. It has progressed. It had problems. It has solved its problems. There was efforts put by a lot of people in this, and particularly those working in IARS or IPI at that time, who devoted a lot more time in initial stages to nurture the society. Then I came back in 1986, and 87 I became Dean of IARS, and I was here till 98, February 98. That was the period when we had a lot of problems with the society and publication of the journal. There was not enough material to publish. Even whatever material was there, it used to take long time to publish those journals. And we had very membership was not increasing, resources were not coming through. So at between that period in 86 to 98, when I was here, I worked with Dr. Baldev Sai, Dr. George Joseph, Dr. Professor Dikshitulu, and we at IARS, we made thinking what is to be done. The change has to come. If we have to progress and grow, change has to come. And that change has to be perceptible. It should be seen by all. It's not that you make some changes. So we decided that we'll constitute editorial boards. We'll uh, start the new chapters at different places so that it can grow. Membership can grow and society can grow. And then there was another significant point which it took place. That time, Dr. George Joseph was president. I was vice president of the society. We celebrated the silver jubilee of the society. By that time, the society was somewhat running better than when I took over in 86 IIRS. As the IIRS was growing, the campus started looking better. Campus started providing lot of inputs to the society, and society also started growing. The initial work which was put in that period was tremendous, and I appreciate efforts of all the employees of IIRS at that time who contributed toward sustaining the journal. And I particularly motivated all of them to contribute. That was the highlight of that period. In 98, I changed from this place to NRSC, and then I became president of Journal in 2000, society in 2000 and 2002. I was as president. So we made efforts to sustain it, and that was the moment in our life that we celebrated Silver Jubilee here. And one more critical thing happened and we are thankful to Chairman ISRO for gifting us the society office. Previously, society was working from IARS building, and it was scattered in all the rooms of the people who were chosen at that particular moment or that particular year. But then we got the office, all the things got concentrated at one place, and it started looking much better. And then we made one or two employees, and it started functioning well. That was the contribution made at that time. And that contribution, what we see today, is the growth of the society to international standards. It is the efforts put in at that period, initial periods, that helped in growing the society. And on this occasion, I wish it grows like that in future also. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. ISRS will always be indebted for the efforts made by Dr. George Joseph. I request Padma Bhushan Dr. George Joseph to take us down the memory lane.
Dignitaries on dais and dignitaries of dais, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I want to compliment Prakash for organizing this in a grandeur way, and also Dr. R.P. Singh, who is the real host here. Run in a real magnificent way. I'm very okay. Many of the people, previous speakers talk about, when they were joined and what they did. Probably my memory fails to think when I joined ISRS. One thing I can tell you is I am very happy with the way in which ISRS functioned, irrespective who was the director, who was the president. So only one function, one aspect I remember is how we joined ISPRS. And the culprit for that is Shailesh Naik. A honor for Shailesh, later sense. He coaxed me to join this to take up the presidency of ISPRS Technical Commission 1. And it is a great honor to the country that the Technical Commission 1 was elected unopposed. So all other commissions, it's the country's credit, not the individuals. All the other things, there were very lot of, lobbying around and then getting the things. And since then, we have been an active member of ISPRS and, very ably contributed in many aspects. And now it's a great prestige for the ISRS and the country. The Shailesh is having some, specific role in the ISPRS organization. Now coming to journal, and I would say the journal is the mouthpiece of the activities happening in the country originally. Now, if you look at the journal contribution, you will find a substantial contribution from outside the country. It shows the standing of the journal. And one of the important things for a journal to be accepted is a review process, a double-blind review process. And I was told more than 25 or 30% of the submissions are rejected, which is not up to the standard of the ethics. And I am also happy that the journal citation index has citation index has gone to 1.8. In fact, it has improved after I have left. So the able leadership of Shailesh, and in my knowledge or memory is correct, 1.8 is the highest citation index of any journal published from India on that thing. I hope that's correct on that thing. So I think we should continue to do that. During my editorship, one of the things what we did was, it was earlier quarterly journal. We had made it monthly because the reason is there's a large number of contributions were coming. That time I was thinking Agrawal was one person, persuading to make it from a quarterly to monthly. And still we have got a good number of contributions. The other major milestone is moving from our own publication to Springer. And I think I'll give the credit to both Professor Dishitlu and Shailesh Naik, who were there and negotiated with the Springer. And earlier it was also a financial burden for the society because this has to be sent, and there were a lot of discussion whether it can be emailed and sent, etc. Now, because of it is in the Springer, it is now internationally available. No, I happen to look at some of those foreign libraries, like I don't remember all. I mean, very well-known Harvard and MIT or something like that. There, the journal name you can see that shows that how popular the journal is. I think we should try to make the journal more and more, the quality, so that the people will appreciate our work on this thing. And some other future aspects I have got, I think there's a separate occasion to tell that, because that's important. We cannot live on our past glory. We should look future. And before I conclude, I don't know how this 25, 50, 75 has come. Okay. Of course, 25 years we celebrated. Ban was the Dean IIRS, I remember. And we also had a get together like this. To me, Indian custom is Shashti. You know what is Shashti? 60 years. So whosoever going to be the president at that time, of course, some of us may not be here, that doesn't matter. So you should have the Shashti for ISRS and the journal. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words of wisdom. We will surely be getting your guidance for our future endeavors. The success of any program depends on the teamwork and commitment of many persons at different steps. It is customary to acknowledge people who have handled planning and execution of this program. I request Secretary ISRS Dr. Praveen Thakur to kindly propose a formal vote of thanks.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, Dr. George Joseph, Professor S.K. Bhan, Dr. R.R. Navalgund sir, Dr. Shailesh Nayak, Dr. V.K. Dadwal, Dr. Prakash Chauhan, Dr. R.P. Singh, and our honorable dignitaries connected online with us, Dr. Baldev Sahai, Dr. Dikshat Loji, Dr. Ashish Bhattacharya ji, Dr. Ramesh Singh, Professor Leena, esteemed ISRS members and senior members who are sitting in the front rows, and also our faculty members and all the participants who have joined us from all over the India as well as abroad. It is my great privilege to welcome you again for this Golden Jubilee celebration of ISRS and our journal, and offer a vote of thanks in front of this August gathering. Learning from this great generation of leaders in remote sensing technology, its science applications and capacity building activities has been a blessing for me and many of us sitting in this auditorium. This golden journey of Indian Society of Photo Interpretation to ISRS and Photo Nirvachak to Journal of Indian Society of Remote Sensing would not have been possible without the vision, nourishment, and selfless hard work of past 3 generations of scientists and academicians. I would like to thank all those initial founding members of ISRS along with its members, EC members, authors, reviewers, and journals of the editors who have given their precious time and sweat for the growth of the ISRS over the years. The Government of India, including Department of Space and various state governments, including state of Uttarakhand and previously Uttar Pradesh, academia, industry, who have provided a significant support to our society since 1969. And we express our sincere thanks to this unflinching support over the last 50 years. As we celebrate this golden moment today, it shows the culmination of our combined efforts of ISRS Executive Councils, ISRS members, and IRS staff. A special mention of the thanks and thanks to the timely guidance and support provided by our President Dr. Prakash Chauhan and Editor-in-Chief Dr. Shailesh Nayak, who have been our beacon in all the activities of our society and our journal, including this Golden Jubilee celebrations. Dr. R.P. Singh, our beloved Director IRS and Chairman of the Local Organizing Committee, has been a constant source of inspiration and encouragement for all of us working here. And he has provided all his support to conduct this event at this grand scale at IRS campus. Big thanks to all the ISRS EC members for their constant support and encouragement. And special thanks to Bharat ji, Megha ji in their efforts in designing a new ISRS logo, which we will see in the coming session. And I thank Dr. Thomas, Dr. Som, Dr. Adarsh for their special efforts in this Golden Jubilee celebrations. My sincere thanks to Dr. Prabodh Kumar, Chairperson of the Golden Jubilee Execution Committee, along with all the chairpersons of the LOC, Shri Ratin, Dr. Chatterjee, Shri Ganesh, Dr. Sandeep, Dr. Yogesh, Dr. Hitendra, Dr. Samir for their full support in conduction of the celebrations. I extend my support and big thanks to Dr. George Philip, Dr. Vaibhav, Dr. Poonam, Ms. Richa, who has put a lot of hours in making the documentary what you see today. And Dr. Nandi, and Dr. Arpit, Dr. Hina, Dr. Puneet, Dr. Bhaskar, Mr. Shiva, Dr. Kshama, Mr. Pankaj, Vivek, Ganesh, Bhanu, Sanjeev, Harbanjani, and many more others who have put a lot of extra efforts and long hours in this event. A special thanks to the IT team and website team led by Dr. Harish, Shri Kamal, and Manoj for their constant support. I also thank each and every team members of the LOC who have supported this event. I also thank the stores and purchase department of IRS along with our vendors and suppliers who have supported us despite very short timelines what we have given them. A special thanks to all the dignitaries from the Government of India, Uttarakhand government, industry, our publishing partners, presidents of ISPRS, AARS, ISG, ISRS, EC members, and the journal editorial members who have provided their messages and reminiscences in a very short duration of time. Thanks are also due to all the ISRS chapters and their members who have participated in this event and also provided us some of the historical photographs, which you will see some of them in the memoir, which are the treasure trove of memories for all these last 50 years. Our ISRS staff, Mrs. Deepika, Ms. Priyanka, Mr. Rajesh, all thanks to them, and they have been providing full support in the last 12 months, where we have seen a number of events starting from ISPRS and then Geospatial World and many more events. Thanks to the CSF, all the student volunteers, IRS staff members who have directly or indirectly supported this event. And big thanks to my own family members who have supported me despite not giving more time at home. My sincere apologies to some of the ISRS members whom we have missed, maybe due to some email or some old numbers. We promise that during this Golden Jubilee year, we will make an extra effort to update our database, that we improve our communications in future. Last but not the least, my sincere thanks to all the ISRS members and various parts of India, along with the major institutes of Dehradun who have come and supported us in this occasion with their active participation of the event. I wish you a great stay at beautiful city of Dehradun and fruitful discussion in coming session ahead. Thank you.
So, yes. So, on my personal behalf, he has taken all the pains and then conceived and did all the hard work. Let us clap for Dr.
Thank you, Dr. Praveen, and a very big thank you to you too. Thank you. The journey would not have been possible without the constant support and nourishment of Department of Space, besides various ministries of Government of India, academia, industries, and selfless dedication of ISRS members.
Let us celebrate the Golden Jubilee of Indian Society of Remote Sensing and JISRS. We pay our tribute to our founders and sincerely acknowledge the contributions of all the past office bearers, researchers, and the ISRS staff to nourish the society and for the invaluable growth in past 50 years. Also, wishing our society a very glorious journey for next 50 years. Thank you one and all for the presenting over here. Thank you.
Now I request all of you to please join us for high tea arranged outside the auditorium. After the tea break, we'll start our first session at 11:45 sharp.
Hello, hello, check, check. Hello, hello, check, check.
Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello, check, check, check. 1, 2, 3. Hello, check. Hello.
Has the meeting started?
Hello, sir. Sir, the meeting will start within 5-10 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, okay, sir.
Hello.
Yeah, hello, sir.
When are we starting?
Within 5 minutes, sir.
Okay.
Welcome back for the first plenary session. So I request everyone to please come inside the auditorium and be seated. Welcome back to the first plenary session. In this session, we will have a panel discussion by former ISRS presidents and JISRS editor-in-chief and chief editors. This session will be moderated by Dr. Shailesh Nayak, Editor-in-Chief, JISRS, and President ISRS, Dr. Prakash Chauhan. I request sirs to please come to the dais, Dr. Prakash Chauhan and Dr. Shailesh Nayak. I also request Dr. George Joseph, Professor S.K. Bhan, Dr. R.R. Navalgund, and Dr. V.K. Dadwal to please come to the dais. So this one?
Yeah.
Thank you, sirs. So Dr. Baldev Sahai, Dr. B.L. Diksha Tulu, and Dr. Asis Bhattacharya are online with us. They have sent us a message. So first of all, sir, with your permission, can we start with playing the messages from our former director?
Can't hear. Unable to hear. Can't hear.
Now I hand over the proceedings of the session to the moderators.
Thank you very much and welcome to this session where Journey of ISRS and Journal of ISRS, past, present, directions. We had enough about past and we know the present. So I would suggest that we focus on the future because we have about half an hour. So I would request all the panelists to speak about 2 to 3 minutes on the what future direction both the society and journal has to take. But before I request here, we will have the online. So first Dr. Bhattacharya and then Professor Dikshitulu. RP Singh also is online is there? Okay. So RP Singh and then we will come back to the people here. And if the time permits, we can take some suggestions from the participants as well. So let's go to Ashish Bhattacharya.
Am I audible? Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You are audible. We can hear you, sir.
Okay. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me for this panel discussion. Okay, as Dr. Naik requested to tell about the future directions, let me say, okay, that it is just a nostalgic that I had a very long association with Dr. Shailesh Naik. I don't know whether he remembers or not. When I was in that NRSC and he was in SAC, and I remember his very remarkable work of that coral reef mapping. So at that time, it was mainly using the data as FCC hard copy based interpretation. That was very important because when I was the chief editor of the journal in the earlier years in 1979-83, photo interpretation was the mainstay of the remote sensing. And today it is all digital, and remote sensing has got a different level, reached a different level. Actually, during those times, remote sensing, that is satellite remote sensing, was not very common. It is only after the launch of Landsat 1 it started. Okay. Now I'll tell two things as Dr. Naik requested that future direction. You see, we use the remote sensing data for the purpose that its application value is very important. I still remember that father of science Vikram Sarabhai told that we are doing the remote sensing not for fancy. It is for to reach the grassroots level. That is, application value is very important. So I will tell during our time, my time, when I was a chief editor, papers were coming mainly on land use, some on forestry, and some on that geology. But all are coming in the application side. But today I know that technique is very important. Technique is okay. Remote sensing data nowadays it is coming very high resolution, but that technique should be the mainstay. Technique will be used for the data processing, but I want that to stress as a future direction that it should be seen that how much the data is useful for the societal growth. That is very, very important. So few things. When I was DD in NRSC, we started one program that is NR census, natural resources census. So I feel that data should be used for that purpose. That should be the mainstay now. Technique parallelly with the application. So earlier it was mainly the digital interpretation. And one thing is true, I feel, being photo interpreter and remote sensing data interpreter, if you have the photo interpretation background, then it is really helpful for the remote sensing technique and remote sensing data applications also. So I want to give as per my view, that technique should be used for applicational value, that is societal growth, it should be seen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ashish. Thank you very much. And I remember everything. We had a very happy days together long back, and both not only in NRSA, where you were in IIRS as well. May I now request Professor Dikshitulu to give his views on what future directions we should have.
Thank you, Chairman. And I already mentioned many of the points in my earlier speech. We are now in a changing science, technology, society, etc., etc. Therefore, we should worry more about the future. And you must be in run with the future developments, such as I said, artificial intelligence and machine learning, big data, analytics, drones, etc., etc. Also, I mentioned that many of these colleges, students are developing small satellite, keeping in mind ISRS should orient some of the courses or discussion sessions in that or for that group. The future meetings and discussions also should include geospatial business development in mind, which is actually invading or taking forward the remote sensing data in a different, altogether unconceivable fields. And advanced surveying techniques using robotics, etc., is a futuristic one. But certainly, I would like to see remote sensing is almost a must course or a core course in the climate changes syllabus, schools and colleges, and part of the syllabus for the civil engineering dealing with environment services and agricultural universities. And also, I feel that ISRS may spend in a year, 1 or 2, to suggest to ISRO the future sensors moving with the trend of time. And also keep in mind with the astronomers and the space scientists, the interdisciplinary surveys, because it is now happening at a faster pace rather than what we had earlier because of the many advanced technologies. So these are some of the, suggestions I have for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dikshitalu. I think you made very important points on the drones and the small satellite as well as some of the geospatial applications. And I think most important that how remote sensing can be mainstay in climate studies and now sustainability studies. So thank you very much for your comments, and we will take note of this, and the next time we will think how to implement some of these suggestions. Thank you, sir. Thank you. May I now request Ramesh to say a few words on this?
Are you able to hear me?
Loud and clear. Yeah, please go ahead.
Very good. Namaskar, sabko. Greetings from California. And I'm sorry that I was not connected in the first earlier. Let me tell you, Shailesh, I hope you will not mind, okay, taking some more time. I joined the ISRS in 1993, when we had a meeting in Pune. Okay, why I joined ISRS? ISRS is a very democratic society in the country where you can freely exchange your ideas, views. Okay. I know in 1993 in Pune how much I interacted with the Shailesh and other people. Okay, at the same time, one of the person who is a present, he said, "Hey, you publish a paper, and I get acknowledgement for that." And the person's name is, who is the director right now, ISRS, okay? And the first time I met him, his name is also R.P. Singh. My name is R.P. Singh, okay? So really, I'm very happy that I'm attending this. And then, at that time, I'm a solid earth geophysicist, and I transformed to the remote sensing. And I'm a member of a American Geophysical Union since 1980. Okay, and in the country you have so many associations. Okay, and what Shailesh also told, and then Professor Dikshitalu, Professor George Joseph said, okay, that this society where every 2 years there is an election. Okay, this is a really very, very democratic. You will not find in India such, okay, take an example of a Indian Geophysical Union, take an example of Geological Society of India. People are really president for ages, you see. And this society is, I'm very happy that now we have a 6,000 members, okay? And I calculate each one of you, when I was a chief editor, everybody worked very hard, and the journal became a SCI journal at that time. Okay. Now, let me talk about the future, how we should do that. Okay, because I'm running geomatics, natural hazards, and risk, which has a impact factor of 3.9. Recently, I was appointed the associate editor of the IEEE Transactional Geoscience Remote Sensing, whose impact factor is 8.9. And then I'm associated with the International Journal of Remote Sensing since a long time. So we had our journal meeting only 2 days back, you see, and we always organize on Zoom. Okay, and now you can also do Zoom meeting for the editorial board. And what we need, okay, and I'm very happy that now the journal is 1.89. This is very good, okay. Because when it becomes a SCI, it was 0, then 0.3. This is the way all grandparents have taken care of this baby, okay, which was born, which is 50 years old, okay. What we needed, okay, and first you can extend the editorial board, and you can invite members from the different countries. Okay, that is very, very important. And also I would like to see that we should have a fast review papers. Okay, because the papers once the author submits, okay, he always starts expecting. Okay, not like that our mother conceived and she delivered, she took 9 months, and we should be fast enough, okay, to give the results decision to the authors. And today you can see MDPI journals, series of MDPI journals. And I know I cannot say that bogus, okay, and that is a business model, okay. And we should not do like this. We should have a 2 reviewers, say, at least to see the paper, okay. And so fast review is very important, okay. And then we should have a regional editor. We can have in different countries, okay? Because I can tell you, we are getting so many papers from China. There are some journals where you can find all the editorial board. I do not know how I was entered in the IEEE Transactional Geoscience Remote Sensing, which is handled by most of the people from China. Okay, and then we should have a tutorial for the young students. Okay, in the country, we need to ask them to give citations of our papers, which is already published in the Indian Journal. Because what we are talking about, the impact factor, that accounts too much. Okay, and I do not hesitate in saying that we never do that. Okay, we are some jealous. Okay, in pointing out or citing our own colleagues' paper. This is really bad. Okay, And other thing I would like to say that the directors and the vice chancellor and other people should also be requested that they should, in the tenure and promotion in the country, they should see that they should publish in the Indian Journal what Professor Dikshitulu said in the morning. Okay, and this is the very few journals which has the impact factor of 1.8, and I'm proud that the Indian Remote Sensing Journal has a 1.8, and I try to raise this voice, okay, in a different places in the country whenever I attend meeting, okay, that what we are doing, it should be a golden chicken, okay. And this is what the American Geophysical Union has done. This is what the EGU has done. So this is very, very important. Okay. And we should publish technical papers. We should publish the fast.
Ramesh,
Yes.
Ramesh,
I
can
mean,
you just wind up?
yes.
Fast.
Yes. Fast track reviewed paper. Okay. Even the fast track review papers, we should ask associate editor to review, okay, immediately. So these are the things we should try to follow, and I'm sure our journal will get they like improve the impact factor. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ramesh. Thank you very much. And your suggestions, many of them we have already been implementing, and we will continue to do so. And thank you very much for appreciating the way we are changing the precedent. But one correction, Indian Geophysical Union also has more or less same system by changing the precedent after 2 terms, unlike Geological Society of India, which you are absolutely right. But in this, we keep on changing. So with there also, we have changed the constitution. So now there is no way that somebody can continue for a very long time. So thank you very much, Ramesh, for joining in. I must think sure that it must be pretty late for you, but thank you very much to join with us.
Thank you, Shailesh.
Thank you. Now we will have some views on from the dais, and I would start with Dr. Dadwal.
So thank you, Dr. Shailesh. So you've given me an advantage because nobody has spoken, so I can speak on anything. But I just want to limit to a couple of very, very pertinent questions. The society has changed, the technology has changed, the journal has changed, right? So it is obvious for next whatever 20 year, 50 year, it is going to change. So now we have some couple of 2-3 options. One is let it flow because we are doing so well. Other is to have some specific suggestion which only change the process. But I would urge that we at this juncture do a SWOT analysis, and I will just point out the T part. When a technology gets adopted, right, like a mobile, and everybody uses it, then it ceases to be a science question. If remote sensing is truly absorbed, then we really have a danger. Then the danger is every professional society, every discipline in their own journals will have remote sensing paper. So are we prepared to really embrace the new entrants, the drones, the geospatial community, the industry community? So what are the ways? It is important, since the journal is tied to its members, though we have outside contributor, this transformation should be a coupled transformation of society and journal. We should try to couple it in such a way that from 6,000, we become 16 or 60, and that we bring in the scientific and the written communication from that community into this journal, name change or not. So I only urge you think transformative, think of the threats, and the BAU or the organic growth is not the answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dadwal. I think you made a very important point, and I'm sure that we will give a considerable thought on how to implement that part. We will definitely take care of it. Thank you. May I now request Professor Ban to say a few words?
Thank you very much, Dr. Salesh Naik. I think we should focus on the future because we have heard a lot about the past, whatever we have achieved in these 50 years. Now is the time to think for the future. And when we look in the future, technology is constantly changing. Change is the fundamental thing in this life now. Every now and then things change, and the society and journal has to keep pace with that change. It's the rate of change which is important. And if we can adopt society in such a manner that we are ahead of the changes in the technology, the journal will prosper, it will grow, and it will have people who will read the papers in that. So we have to think what we can do to increase the pace in publishing, in distributing the journal, and how fast the information flows out. That's very important. Things are changing at a really very fast pace. Ever since uh, Silver Jubilee to Golden Jubilee, we have seen changes. From Golden Jubilee onwards, we will see still further changes. Or those changes, nobody can stop it. We never knew when we started this society that we will reach this stage. There was a time when journal was not having enough material to publish, but that's not the situation now. Now we have to look at the quality of the papers, how fast we can review those papers, and how fast we can publish them. That is one key focus area. And second is we have also achieved sustainability of the society. And now we have to think how to grow further, how to more members should come in. If we have to sustain for longer periods, we have to increase the membership. Key issue is that we cannot remain with at 6,000 level. So we have to think on these two issues. We have to make journal ahead of the times, and we have to increase the membership. Then only we can go on increasing. Then only the society will grow. Then only progress will be made. There are a lot of things happening. So let's think on all those things and see that we will have a much better future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ban. I think we have to involve more and more people in the society activities. Your message is well taken. We will try our utmost to do that. May I now request Dr. Navalgun to say a few words?
Good afternoon. Any professional society worth its name is known by its members, fellows who are constituting that society. It is also known by the quality of its journal that it publishes. It is also known by the quality of discussions, interactions which take place in its annual, international, or national symposia. It's also known by how it is administered democratically, how well are its finances, etc. So these are 3-4 characteristics of any professional society. When you talk about today, we are let's say, very proud of Royal Society of London or US National Academy of Sciences. You get that somebody is a member of that, so you think that is a very good society. So one of the things that I find, not necessarily at the moment of the journal, but the society itself has to go one quantum step higher. That means we should have membership, not just limited to Indian remote sensors or any of those people, but we must expand, proactively invite, proactively get other people involved in our society. from abroad, international, well-known people, etc. It's not a small job, but even if we make a beginning in that, I think we will have a better name. That is one important thing. As far as the journal is concerned, I think we need to make sure that journal, as far as last 40 years is concerned, remote sensing has developed, has matured. It's a tool. We must recognize that remote sensing is a tool. So anything which is a tool in the initial stages, you will always have papers associated with the tool, the nature of the tool, how exactly it is developed, what it can do, what all such things. But today the tool has so matured, and in conjunction with other things, you are using it to study science, phenomena, processes, etc. in different fields, whether it is agriculture, geology, or anything for that matter. So, or even planetary sciences. After all, the entire field of planetary sciences is only through remote sensing, through robots. So the emphasis of the journal should not be limited to of remote sensing, per se where remote sensing is. But remote sensing could be one of the data sets which is used in studying scientific processes of many disciplines. And we must do it. Nobody will come forward to that thing. So you have to proactively, the editorial board has to see and invite papers of that kind. So then we will be moving one step higher than what then more people who are scientists in other fields, etc., will start reading this journal and also contributing to that thing. I'm not saying that we will lose our own importance of our remote sensing. It is my tool. I know remote sensing well. No, I think this is one in which, I'm not trying to compare with, let's say, a journal like Science or journal like Nature, but they don't talk about any particular tool. Long back when X-rays were discovered, X-ray diffraction, etc., there used to be journals on that. That's a tool. Today, a radiologist also uses, somebody else uses for something else. So that doesn't become the main important thing. I'm not undermining remote sensing, but I'm saying remote sensing is an important tool which is used in many studies of any kind. Of course, advances in technology related to remote sensing, processing of data, if they are there, obviously they should find a place in this journal. So that also should happen accordingly, etc. Now, another important point which I felt that the journal is a mouthpiece for the professionals in this particular area. So there are many policy issues related to this technology, its development, its use in common activities of the country, and so on and so forth. So it's a policies. So you must have some editorials which do come in the journals, which talk about what are the current policy changes that are required or are necessary, or in which direction to go, or what is wrong with the present thing that is happening. So I think the journal is a living, dynamic representation of the people who make it. So it should not be a very static, it doesn't have any views. Yes, you will get some criticism in those things, etc. But I don't think we should be very scared of those criticism, but we must express ourselves through, and one of the mediums is through editorials in the journal. I remember I used to read Current Science only for its editorial when Professor Balram was the editor-in-chief. In fact, he used to write every fortnight. The journal comes every fortnight. Every fortnight, he will write an editorial. Very, very, very interesting, various different topics. In fact, that compendium itself is worth reading, which has come. So I feel the journal should also become, in addition to publishing certain papers, it should have also some viewpoints of this kind, etc. And another thing that is more recent in the country is related to the advent of industries, advent of private entrepreneurs coming into space, remote sensing, navigation, or satellite communication, etc. So I think if there are many success stories of such young entrepreneurs who have succeeded in something, etc., which may not have complete research value in your views, etc., but they could also find a place in our journal, because that will actually spur additional efforts in the country. So I think overall, I feel we should move towards becoming more international in terms of our representation and also in terms of our influence. I think we should move forward in that direction. So this is just a few stray thoughts that I had. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Navalgund. You made very three important points. We need to increase our international presence. And the one most important, I think, the suggestion which you made about the editorial, we will immediately implement that. And because I think you are absolutely right when you say that the views about various things happening should be. And we will also start the last suggestion about some of the success stories of the startups. So thank you very much for your suggestions. May I now request Dr. George to say a few words?
Good afternoon to all of you. I want to go a little different. We should have an introspection. Why are we here as a society? What are our roles? Is it only meet once a year, meet people, exchange ideas, and then present papers? I should say we should go further. The ISRS society consists of the top level managers like the center directors, working level people, academia. I want to pose one or two problems to you. Number one, you all know that you have data from L8, Landsat 8 and Sentinel-3 coming. What is the sensor or satellite you would like to have it? Have you as a society, I don't think you can find anybody else in the country better than the society you are collected together. Now, this has to be something specific to the application, local level. I want to give you one example going past because that will give you about the future thinking. We had a unique sensor called JISRS. Most of you heard of it, correct? It's originated because of the two guys sitting here, Dr. Navalgund and Dadwalji, because they said you want to see repeatedly. And if you look at my book, which is not my textbook, you will find a lot of papers from outside India, US, America, etc. So my first appeal is we as a body should have a say in what the country should have. It's not an easy joke, but we can put our effort. Similarly, what type of security measures, you have a lot of capabilities, but innovation of that is what is it? Not that you send a satellite, you can see 1 meter, you can see 25 centimeters. That's not the point. There are innovative ways in which you can do it. That is my number one. The second point is, see, you have a responsibility to the younger generation. What are we doing our school children? I tell you, if you want to get a matured scientist or a thinking scientist, it has to happen, excitement has to happen in the school level. So, two things one can do it, which is happening in Ahmedabad chapter, it happened, interacting with the school children, making quiz, etc., etc. But more importantly, you don't find, at least in my knowledge, a book which is explained to school children at a level they get excited about the total technology. Now, I am reminded of a book which is written by Professor Pishardi, which is called Remote Sensing for meteorology. I don't know, remote sensing or some for meteor. It's such a beautiful book. Now, of course, the specialty is a different class of writing. Obviously. So this, I suggest that each one of you or jointly book translate in all local, Indian languages so that it goes across the thing. The second thing, of course, the school has to take the initiative, invite people, or you can proactively talk about the satellite or the remote sensing and as what it can do. There is a misconception. I heard about few days back an interview in to the present chairman ISRO. It was in Malayalam, telling why are you spending money because a lot of people without food. It's so beautifully explained what it happens to the school children to the higher level. Now let me. So that is a book. I think you should do it very, very seriously, and the people who author that also will be very, highly satisfied. I can tell you from my own experience of writing 3 books. We have to encourage young scientists, but the society should consider that, how motivate them. One of the thing will be that people not in the organized institution from universities can be helped to go to participate in outside India or within India, etc., etc. Now let me come to the journal. It's a very valid point Ranganath has told that which I find that many of the journal comes with an opinion. And at the end, it will return that editors have no role for that. Whatever he has done is he said that. There are a lot of things we can put it, criticize, but in a decent language. So people know across what are your views on this thing. Of course, I should congratulate George Philip for, reducing the gap between the submission and the publication. Now, one of the things when I was with the journal is the difficulty of find reviewers. So I urge all the members, if you have a commitment to the society, you should do a review, spend some time. Now, basically what will happen, if I get a paper on something which I do not have deep interest, I will say no. So you require thematically set of people, for example, sensors, optical sensors, micro sensors, agriculture, dash on that. And you get a few people. And I should say that in the government service, you may retire and you may get pension. Okay, if you don't government, so now it's OPS, you won't get it. But the important point is you are still active. A scientist never retires. He only fades out. A doctor cannot say, I have retired, no, I won't treat. So my urge to you people is, this is a forum, please take some interest in reviewing the thing. Now, yes, the last point is, we are talking about remote sensing. Okay. Looking at moon also is remote sensing. Looking at Mars also is remote sensing. And Prakash sir, aapka paper you have to put it in this journal. Okay. So he has written very nice paper on using the moon data. So I will request to start with you put one of your papers in this journal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for making very important suggestions. And I think the first one which you made that we need to say what we would like to have, I think we will definitely take it up. And also your suggestion for all the young people to give their paper to the journal, as well as we will have a scheme to support them to participate. So thank you very much, sir. Though we have overshoot time, I would quickly ask some of from the audience. First, Christian, would you like to say a few words?
only is important than outside two months of outside during this. Something. What? And up to the peak, there's signs there, and signs are underneath. So it's not, it doesn't stop just because something so you want to new ways of using what we have, developing new models of anything but that is something for the immediate. That is what the defense. Your supplying the freedom. I also think we know what we were saying regarding growth, embrace, be active. We don't have the authority to be on here. So you can be sure that as we do. So maybe we are more even say everything. Or very strong society of great recognize that is the real evil. Only. Thank you very much. In that goal, go on that how we do it.
Thank you very much, Krishnan, and I'm sure that what you say, the science will be always there. Thank you very much for that. May I now request Sanjay to say a few words? Mainly from the industry side, because you are very close to them.
Thank you very much. And great lovely and I think it was very ever since 1990. I think I want to give emphasis to contribution of the society. That's the purpose, or the underlying purpose of national development. And why societies are created outside the institution? Actually, and be a kind of platform for communication and sharing knowledge and thinking about the collectively beyond the institutional frameworks. And in that perspective, it's a very few lines, I can really candid that firstly, those kind of objectives about aligning with institutions sometimes become very different. But that is the purpose for which the societies are created. And especially in the past 5 years, I would say, several things needed a kind of a meeting about the role of the state science in the development in the society and the economy. And then the society was actually building an absence of a platform which would allow and facilitate the opinion of our on the fathers. That's the lot of that scientists never retires. But it's the decades of experience, commitment, knowledge, and contribution, and the values for national development something which should be leveraged, it should be provided for us. So journal either in the form of technical directions or in the form of mission directions to take on the opportunity to engage with the not only the profession but also the leadership of the nation, because if you want to bring a different in the nation, you have to bring to the national leadership. So without getting to the political debates or any other kind of debate, but national development is a responsibility for all of us. And that's what actually keeps the journal going forward. I remember when we set up the geospatial work today, its original name was GISRS and development. So GISRS focusing on development, And we used to debate several topics right for taking of national interest. So I would strongly recommend to be provide the national interest, provide the space between the professionals and the visions of the national development. Unfortunately, currently that topic is very, very popular. At least it allows to interact, it allows us to think beyond, it allows us to think in an integrated manner. So my suggestion is that.
Thank you, Sanjay. Thank you very much. Lastly, I would like to call upon Bharat, if I couldn't see him. From the representing the academia, so we have all the views together.
And I think one company is
Thank you, Bharat. Thank you, Bharat, for your views, and I think we will take it up. Lastly, I would request Prakash to make a few comments and also make a quick comment on how we propose is to implement these excellent suggestions which have come. Prakash.
Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity and a tough task also. So I think we had a wonderful panel discussion with the eminent panelists online and of course on the dais, and then, suggestions and views from the audience. Two things which, if I have to crystallize all these thoughts, as far as the professional society is concerned, we need to broaden the base of the society. We have 6,000 members in 50 years. Some may be happy, but as a president, I am not that happy. We can easily scale it up to a larger number. So we have to make endeavors in terms of bringing people from different sectors into the society. Typically, it as on today also, it's very dominated by people mostly from fraternity. So we have to involve now, as in the morning I told, there is a new wave of geospatial, industry thought process. Everything is, needs remote sensing. So there's a lot of activity happening outside. So we have to take a conscious effort in terms of bringing more people into the society and more members into the society, so that we can have a broad base and society can really be, we can call that we are representing all sections of, professionals, those who are involved in the remote sensing or geospatial technologies in this thing. How we will do it, that way, right now we will not talk about it, but we will take conscious efforts towards doing that. So that's point number one. Second point is about the research which we communicate through our journal. If you see the content of the current journal, it's totally 100% the research, R&D, technical publications which are peer reviewed by a process. However, the views has been expressed that we can basically
enhance the scope of this journal also. Apart from having, only research papers, we can also have news and views sections, so where we can have commentary on the contemporary issues. People can write editorials, how the technology is evolving, how it is being used for national development, what are the lacunas, what more can be done, how this broad electromagnetic spectrum, which is typically we are using visible infrared today, how we can go from X-rays to even radio waves, the technologies evolution is concerned. All such issues, the journal can become a platform to give, this type of views or commentaries on contemporary issues. As a section we can start. There's a lot of activities are happening, apart from government institutions in private sector, or, a lot of people are developing constellations of, remote sensing satellites, mainly for industry. Those updates, like news, what's really happening, people need to know because things are changing very fast. There is hardly, any place I find, especially in this community, who is going to tell me that which company is going to launch another 50, small satellites today, and how these small satellites will provide me remote sensing data of 3 meter, 4 meter with high temporal resolution. That news at one place is not coming. So maybe we can think of involving that also in our journal. And of course, the R&D paper will continue to have. We need to include as told by RP also, that more international, editors into the editorial process. So we can have regional editors so that, the reach of the journal can increase, and then we can attract high quality research into the journal. So that's another very important suggestion which has been made. As told by Dr. George and Dr. Nawal Gunsab, remote sensing is not only limited to Earth. Today we have a wonderful telescope, James Webb telescope, which is doing infrared remote sensing in different part of electromagnetic spectrum and providing wonderful images of the galaxies. This is also remote sensing. So why some of this cannot come into this planetary science, astronomy, astrophysics, if not, but we can think of, including some of that in also scope of a journal, so that, the more technologies which are using remote sensing in understanding the universe as such, or even the solar system, they can also find a place in our journal. I will not go further. So these are the broad views, if I can crystallize, which came out of this discussion. And I'm sure that in our executive councils, we will try to, take concrete steps towards implementing some of these suggestions. And with your able office of editor-in-chief, I think as far as the, the futuristic view on the journal is concerned, probably we need to take now concrete step as we celebrate this 50 years, so that when we meet after 10 years, as suggested by Professor George, on 60th year, that is Shashti Purti, I think some of these thoughts which has been expressed today in this hall, if 50% we can realize, that should be good achievement in my view. Thank you very much.
To thank all the panelists and all of you.
Like Shailesh Naik, I have a suggestion.
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Sorry for the intervention. If we want to spread our wings to other countries, and if we want a broader view, we may have to think of something like changing the Indian Society of Remote Sensing to Society of Remote Sensing. I will give you 2 examples. Current science is not Indian current science. It is a current science. Similarly, the Third World Academy of Sciences have changed the name to the World Academy of Sciences. So these points can be kept in mind when you want to expand, because we are talking of, spreading to other disciplines related to remote sensing and to other memberships. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes, Santhi. Thank you, Senthil. Uh, Thank you very much for your suggestion. And we have already in the process of opening the student chapter. So thank you very much. And I would like to thank all my panelists for making extremely good suggestions, both on the dais as well as online. And we definitely take cognizance of this and will try to implement some of them. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Shailesh Nayak and Dr. Prakash Chauhan for moderating the session. And thanks are due to the panelists to share their views and to give the future directions for the society. Now I request Dr. Shailesh Nayak to kindly felicitate the panelists. Professor S.K. Bhan, please. Dr. R.R. Navalgund. Dr. V.K. Dadwal. Dr. George Joseph. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. M.P.S. Bisht to kindly felicitate our moderators. Dr. Shailesh Nayak. Dr. Prakash Chauhan. Thank you, sir. Thank you all the panelists and the moderators of the session. Now we will proceed for the next session in few minutes. Yes, sir. There is one more session. We will proceed for the next session on the recognition of the ISRS chapters and JISRS associate editors by the President ISRS and Editor-in-Chief JISRS. The society also grew with the formation of the local chapters. The first local chapter was formed in Ahmedabad in 1984. Today, there are 17 chapters of the society spread across the country and are actively participating in the society's activities. We would like to recognize the contribution of these chapters. I would request representative of the chapter to come to the dais to receive the token of appreciation. First, I would like to invite the representative from our oldest chapter, Ahmedabad chapter. Representatives from the Ahmedabad chapter, please come. Next, a representative from the Hyderabad chapter. Representatives from the Hyderabad chapter, please. Representatives from the Hyderabad chapter, then representatives from the Dehradun chapter. Representatives from the Dehradun chapter. Bish sir. Representative from the Dehradun chapter. Pramod sir, please. Representatives from the Mumbai chapter. Indore chapter. Chandigarh chapter. Mumbai chapter. Indore chapter. Next will be Chandigarh chapter. Okay. The Ludhiana chapter. Yeah, sure. Representative from Chandigarh chapter, Negi sir. Ludhiana chapter. Next will be Delhi chapter. Delhi chapter. Bangalore chapter. Pune chapter. Representative from Pune chapter. This is Pune. Next will be representative from Bangalore chapter. Next will be Shillong chapter. नहीं है सर. नहीं है सर. Kolkata chapter. Lucknow chapter. Representative from Kolkata chapter. Representative from Kolkata chapter. Lucknow chapter. Trichy chapter. Representative from Trichanapalli chapter. Bhubaneswar chapter. Bangalore chapter. Thank you so much, sir. Sir, one more thing. Associated. The Journal of ISRS is indexed in Web in Science and enjoys good metrics in terms of impact factor, site score, etc. It has high reputation among remote sensing community and researchers, both nationally and internationally. This has been made possible because of stringent review process supported by editors and associate editors and their teams.
We would like to acknowledge their contribution. I request the associate editors to come on the dais and receive the token of appreciation. I request sir to please do the honors. So we will start first of all with felicitating Dr. P.K. Champati Ray, late Dr. P.K. Champati Ray. I request madam to please come on the dais. Dr. R.D. Garg. Dr. A.S. Rajawat. Sir R.N. Dr. Rajawat. Dr. S.K. Saha. Sorry, Dr. Sarnam Singh. Sarnam sir. Dr. P.K. Verma. Yes, sir. Dr. Anjana Vyas. Dr. Rajendra Singh. Dr. Rajendra Singh. Dr. N.R. Patel. Dr. Senthil Kumar. Yes, sir. Dr. A. Senthil Kumar. Dr. Som Kumar Sharma, sir. Dr. Som Kumar Sharma. Dr. Sandeep Methani and Dr. S.P. Agrawal. Dr. S.P. Agrawal. Thank you so much for joining in this session. And we will gather outside, sir, for a group photograph. And after now we will break for the lunch. And after the lunch, we will reassemble here at 2:15. Group photograph, lunch, and then reassemble at 2:15 sharp.
Hello, 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 hello.
Hello. Hello, check.
welcome back. I am Siva Reddy. I will be a host for an upcoming session. So this session, young leaders, entrepreneurs, and scholars. For this panel discussion, we have with us our session moderator, Dr. Bharat Lohani, Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, IIT Kanpur, and founder and director of Geono India Private Limited. I welcome you to the dais, sir. I request other panelists to please join in the dais. Dr. Som Sharma from PRL, Dr. Jaya S. Nair from IIIT Bangalore, Dr. Harinder Singh Negi, DGRE DRDO, Dr. Prantik Chakravarti from SAC, Mr. Sanjay Kumar from Geospatial World, Mr. Vipul Singh, he is with us online, CEO Aereo Private Limited Bangalore. I think Mr. Amar Chaturvedi from Transfers Private Limited Panaji, he is also joining with us online. Mr. Amit Misra, Vasar Labs Private Limited Hyderabad, and Mr. Rahul Raj Pixel Private Limited Bangalore. I welcome all of you to please come on the stage. Yeah, now I hand over stage to moderator Dr. Bharat Lohani.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. So this is the session post lunch, which a difficult session. But I think what difference you will see in the session in the mornings and the session now is in the morning we had mostly the past, mostly the giants who brought the society to this level so that we are celebrating the Golden Jubilee. And in this session, you are going to see the future. So all the people who are over here, sitting over here, they and as well as those who are online. So online is Aswani Rawat and Vipul Singh. They are the future. And I say every time we talk about the Amrut Kal of India, and they are the people who are going to make the change, make the difference in this Amrut Kal. So it is very important that we listen to them. We understand what they think of geospatial technology, geospatial in general, what they think about the ISRS, what they think about what is ISRS doing and what ISRS should do. So with this, what I will do, I will quickly, without wasting time, because we have very limited time, and I thought that even I will not waste time in asking them to introduce themselves, because they all have such a big resume. They will take enough, a lot of time to introduce themselves. So I'm taking this privilege of introducing to them, and I will start with Dr. Som Sharma. He is professor and deputy head in Space and Atmospheric Science Division of PRL. Dr. Sharma is a known expert in atmospheric probing from satellite data, especially LiDAR data. And he is currently PI of many projects over there. Please give him a big round. We have next in the panel, Dr. Jaya Nair, and she's professor in IIIT Bangalore. And she's also head of the Graphics Visualization Computing Lab at IIIT Bangalore. She is an expert in data visualization, scientific computing, computer graphics, and machine learning, deep learning. And she's using these in varieties of applications. And she works especially in semantic classification and geometric extraction from LiDAR point cloud data. So we work together. She's here. Thank you. Next, we have Dr. Harinder Singh. Dr. Singh is from, he's scientist at DGRE, which used to be SASI earlier. And there he is heading the Geospatial Imaging Division of DGRE. And he has been in this for the last 22 years. He is working in using remote sensing, GIS, these technologies for defense purpose, and especially for the glaciers, snow, and kairos. That is what his experience is. Yeah, again, please, we welcome you. We have a very young and well-known person over here. He's Dr. Prantik Chakravarti. And Prantik is known to the remote sensing community, and he's working in the SEC. His work is very special because he works starting from system design, characterization, and data processing of microwave payloads. So he has the complete profile or complete spectrum of the work that he covers in the microwave area. He has, to his credit, the ISRO's first wave temperature and humidity sounders. He designed those. He was also behind successful design of SCATSAT-1, EOS 06 spectrometer and millimeter wave humidity sounder. Now he is heading the terahertz sensor development division at SEC. Now, these are the scholars. They are the scholars from academic institutions and the scientific bodies. We have also here equal representation of the industry. And when I say industry, again, the young companies, the young scientists from the industry. I will start with Vipul Singh. So Vipul should be online here. Can you bring him online, please? Bring Vipul and as well as Aswani Rawat online, and so we can see them. And Vipul is an aerospace engineer. Vipul also is co-founder and CEO of Aereo, which earlier used to be called AUS. So he develops various drone-based solutions. So they make drones, they fly drones, they develop the solutions on the drone data. And he has been actively contributing to large number of projects in India, including Swamit, large scale mapping, many projects in the mining area. And he's very active. You'll find him very, always available in the media. And particularly regarding the policy suggestions, and he's available in many committees. He's also the vice chairperson of the Drone Federation of India. In fact, he's one of the founding members of that and was behind this Drone Federation of India. A very young entrepreneur and very good leader. We have Rahul Raj. Rahul is from a very special company, Pixel. We all know. Rahul is an electronics engineer, and he is a research scientist at Pixel. And also, he works with IIT Bombay and Monash University in Australia in research projects. Rahul has expertise in satellite sensor calibration, validation techniques, hyperspectral data correction techniques, and extracting useful information from high-dimensional hyperspectral data. Rahul's vision is to use this data for socially relevant and environment-friendly research. Thank you, Rahul. Thanks for being here. Finally, our last speaker over here is, yes, Aswani, you can see over there. And Aswani is from Transserve. Aswani was my student at IIT Kanpur and in civil engineering. He served for quite many years in Trimble navigation in this India and the complete SAARC area. Then he founded Transserve, this company, along with Amers. Both of them were my students. And Aswani has expertise in cadastral management, GNSS technology, and currently he oversees the technology development and business strategy in his startup. One very important announcement here, and a very good news for the startups in India. The Transserve, because of their technology which they developed for the location intelligent data analytics from geospatial data, satellite data, their company has been fully acquired by precisely USA. It's quite an achievement for a company which was started in India. So we have a very good panel over here, and I'm sure the discussion is going to be really interesting. So what I will do, because we have a limitation of the time, and I will go basically in 2 rounds, and I will ask them the questions about their work, then also the questions about what they think of the ISRS and related things. I will start with Dr. Som Sharma. As we said, most of us, we work in the remote sensing when we look downward. We are looking at the Earth. And I do LiDAR remote sensing. I look on the Earth. Dr. Sharma, he looks upward. He does the remote sensing of the atmosphere. So somehow we say, we are co-brothers. He works with the LiDAR. I work with the LiDAR. He looks up. I look down. And this is a very important side with the technology. So Dr. Sharma, the question is, where is this technology today in India? And what all are the applications, utilities? And what do you see the future, where we should be?
Thank you very much, Professor Dohani and organizers for giving me this opportunity to speak in this forum. Being to the point, I will answer, try to answer it in reverse way. How it is being applied first, and then where we stand technologically. So I would like to say that LiDAR, that is stands for light detection and ranging. And light is nothing but like the best source of light, that is laser. Many people confuse laser detection and ranging. No, it's light detection and ranging, and light source is being used, that is laser. And you know, from medical to industry to ocean to antariksh, everywhere the laser is being. Since the invention of the laser, there is a revolution. Everywhere the laser, because why laser is so useful at many places? Because it has precision and accuracy and very less error. So in the atmosphere also, you know that satellite era, if you see that it had changed, revolutionized. The satellite era, if you see the forecast of, you can say, cyclones, landfall, there was a huge error. But now you see to the satellite era, there is very little. Earlier resolution was few kilometers, then few 100 meters, and now it is few meters, and now it is sub-meter. But that all the thing is special. But if you want to look vertically, how the things are vertically distributed. In the vertical distribution, satellite platform has little limitation due to several reasons. I'll not go in that. So if you want to see some process, some phenomena, or you want to probe atmosphere vertically with a beautiful resolution, then the only thing comes, which is LiDAR. You can have unprecedented temporal and vertical resolution. So there is like that, there is a need, like in Hindi, there is a one thing song was there, Ye Dil Mange More. That means now there is a requirement of more and more result data, because we want to minimize the errors and try to, can say, be as accurate as possible in our forecast. And the forecasts for the which are being done through models. And model require the what input, and input is what observation. So if you beautiful observation or a beautiful set of observation, you will make the input, then it is obvious a beautiful output, or you can say more accurate output. In application wise, in India, we are making and going to make the tremendous application of LiDAR in the vertical distribution of various parameters, starting from cloud, boundary layer, water vapor, temperature, humidity, pressure. Okay. And there are different type of LiDAR, relay, Raman, different type of LiDARs are being used. And beautifully, we are probing up to 90. From surface to 90 kilometers by using different types of data. But as the first part of the question was where we stand the technologically. So in this type of LiDARs, we need very, you can say the lasers, the requirement is the heart is like laser. And lasers are still like that with a very stable, very high, you can see very narrow pulse speed, with very good interpulse period and very high power. And very little power fluctuation. In that, we have to work a lot, and industries, you can say, come forward by that type of laser, which are having very high precision. That you can say the atmospheric grade precision we want, or you can say atomic grade precision if I exaggerate it, atomic grade precision. So in technologically, we have to come up little more, but in application wise, we are doing a lot. And I think in coming 5 to 10 years, we will be having a beautiful grid, at least 500 kilometer by 500 kilometer grid. Indian LiDAR network will definitely make, which we are planning to have in coming 5 years.
Great. Thank you very much. I'm highly passionate about LiDAR, and I share that same passion with Dr. Sharma also. Yeah, thank you. So my next question is to Dr. Jaya, and her field is AI/ML, as you said. And we are hearing a lot about AI/ML in India. Recently in the budget also it was said, there will be 3 centers of excellence will be there for the AI/ML. So my question to you, Dr. Jaya, is, though there is a lot of hype about the AI/ML, but where are we? That's on the ground. What exactly is there on the ground? Number one. And number two, how much today we are processing or able to process the remote sensing data with the AI?
Thank you, Professor Lohani. I could come here and see this whole new world here. I did not know about ISRS as much after I came in this morning, right? So I'm very grateful to be here. So going to the question on AI, ML, and its applications and the status at which we are at. So I serve on three different communities in IEEE. So since my background is in visualization, that was my PhD. I am part of the visualization graphics technical community, and I actively work in geoscience and remote sensing society, so JISRS. And I'm also part of circuits and systems, for which I serve as the associate editor for TCSVT, that's the transactions on circuits and systems and video technology. So, so what I've seen across all of these is that spatial data is very different from other kinds of data because there is spatial relationship that has to be harnessed from that data. And most of the models that we see, which are freely available, are for non-spatial data. And what I increasingly see is, like, especially in the GRSS society and the publications that come out of it, is that most of these ML models which are publicly available are used quite a bit on the GRSS data, I mean the geoscience data and remote sensing data. And I feel that there is a gap that has to be bridged. And that gap, I personally feel will come from interdisciplinary training. So I have a PhD in computer science. My BTech was in aerospace engineering. So I'm an engineer who turned into a computer scientist. So I kind of understand a lot of the challenges that come with interdisciplinary training because there's always this question: do I change a computer scientist to be a geoscientist or a geoscientist to be a computer scientist? And this is a never-ending debate. But the point here is like there has to be efforts on both sides. So what I see here is geoscientists and remote sensing experts trying to become computer scientists by applying all these machine learning models. But we also need the other part because that is where they know the expertise in the machine learning models. And of course, AI is much bigger than machine learning and deep learning and all of that, right? So I think we are still at a nascent stage, but it is encouraging to see this community here and it's quite vibrant here. So I feel very positive about it.
Thank you. It's very important. Actually, many of the panel members, some of the panel members you'll find here, they are yet not member of ISRS, or even they are not aware about ISRS. That's the reality. So I thought that this is an opportunity. We can convert them, and many of them will be joining the ISRS now. So I'm converting them. So now there is the next question is to Dr. Negi, because he's using the remote sensing data for different defense applications. So what is the status of remote sensing technology? Are there new technologies really being used in the defense? And how the other in the research community, for example, universities, scientific institutions, they can contribute towards that research?
Yeah, good afternoon to all. First of all, I'd like to thank organizers and Professor Wani for giving me this opportunity here. The question is, one is the defense application, right? Geospatial technologies has now the integral part of various sectors. So in defense also, we have a lot of applications. So in defense, like one is services, many services are there. So they have their own requirements, they have own applications. And second is what we particularly do, my lab is doing. So first I will talk what we are doing. Basically, we are working in the mountain geohazards in Himalaya. And for that, snow avalanches is one. Glacier-related hazards are good. So in snow avalanches, like long back, whenever some event happened, so and if we do some remote sensing analysis, so people used to say you are just doing the postmortem. So that is not much useful, but still that information was very useful for the management. Secondly, now with the advancement in the various payloads and platforms, now tremendous data is coming, and not only from the visible, but the complete electromagnetic spectrum, we are getting the data. So as long as we get this data, so now the requirement is the operational in terms of if we can make the forecast, if we can warn, or if we can alarm the troops over there for these hazards. So for that, now the challenge is there. The challenge is in terms of dynamic digital support system, and like number of data is coming. So data assimilation, data fusion, and analytics, where like deep learning, machine learning, all these things are very much required. So the thing is now, earlier we are just retrieving few parameters from the satellite data, or we are just mapping the snow cover. Now we want that in the dynamic mode, how the snow cover is changing, how the terrain is changing, and how the weather is going to be, the projected weather also from the numerical weather prediction model. And finally, then we can find out the dynamic susceptibility for the avalanche hazard. That is one. Secondly, you ask about defense applications. So services are definitely, they are looking for monitoring of various targets. All the three services have different targets. Army sees targets across the border. They want it not only in the daytime, even the nighttime also, where thermal data is required. If the weather is not clear, so that time they wanted the microwave data. So in addition to that, if the targets are commonplace or conceits, targets are there, so how we can detect them. So that is one of the area that where the army is looking. Then Navy is also looking for like the ship detection, oil spills, and that kind of targets they are looking. And Air Force also those helipads or airfields. So if those are the dummy one or the real one, or the aircrafts, whether the aircrafts are deployed, the dummy aircrafts, or they are the real one. So this kind of applications are there in the defense.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So now my question next is to Dr. Chakravarti, and actually you work in system design development, and generally in India we say that we don't do hardware in India. That is what in general. But SEC is different. In SEC, really the work happens in hardware also. And, Dr. Chakravarti actually is working in the hardware. It starts with the system design and it takes it up to the final signal processing, all that stuff. So that is one aspect that is happening in the SEC. So my question to you is, in general, for the academic institutions and other scientific places, how this hardware-oriented research can be promoted? What are the ingredients that we need? That is my question.
Okay, so since I'm representing SAC, particular and ISRO in general, so you asked about that SAC model. So SAC is a very unique organization where you have people from different areas, different specializations under one umbrella. So you have the application scientists who are the end users. So they define the requirement for us. Then we have these so-called system engineers who translate those requirements into specifications, sensor specifications, and also the hardware specifications. Then we have these hardware engineers in terms of electronics, RF, digital circuits. They build the hardware, they design the hardware, and to some extent it is built within the center, and otherwise it is outsourced also. And then we have these fabrication people, as I mentioned, who help us in building these things. And once the hardware is built, there are people to assemble and test it in the integration and checkout facilities. And then once the payload is launched and the data we see, so we have our signal processing people, the software engineers who write the softwares for extracting information from that data. And then again, that data goes back to the application. So it's a full chain, starting from the genesis of the requirement to the definition of the sensors, to its realization. So the upstream and the downstream both exist under the same umbrella. Now, coming back to your question, so in the industry, so industry is also following this model, but then what they're doing right now in terms of space is that they're building to print. They build to print basically. So we define a circuit or a hardware to be built, and they do it for us. But what the industry needs to do is to engage more, which they're doing right now, is to build to spec, like create these concepts, then turn into specifications, then you realize the hardware. So this full chain, if we can combine under this one umbrella, people from different specializations, different expertise under one umbrella, then I think more meaningful systems can be developed.
That's really a very good learning, and that's really a challenge how we develop that ecosystem in our industry. And next, I'm going to Vipul, and actually Vipul has brought this remote sensing from 600 kilometer to 60 meter. And Vipul, are we audible to you? Okay, good. So, because he's leading this revolution that we call the drone revolution in India. And people, I have a very specific question, because you are in development, the research, application of the drone. You're also in the different bodies which represent the drone, for example, Drone Federation of India. My very specific question is, when will we see the first unicorn in India in the drone technology?
Nice. So I think thanks a lot, sir, for putting that very, very specific question, and also for the ISRS for inviting me over on the panel. So I mean, it's not a very easy question to ask, because creation of unicorn in any sector depends on a lot of factors: the overall maturity of the ecosystem, and also the size of the demand and the readiness of the player to meet those demands decide that how soon a company can really become big enough, and how the valuations are pegged. So let's say, for example, if the drone sector in India ends up being a service provider only, where there is no value creation in terms of IP, then creation of unicorn will get slightly delayed, because valuations for a company which creates technology works in a very different way for compared to a company which is only into, let's say, using off-the-shelf technology and doing services. So, but the way things are panning out in India, and some of the companies in the drone segment have did quite well in the defense, and now also there are a few companies which are grabbing the market when it comes to commercial applications. I believe in less than 2 years, we will see at least a unicorn getting there in the market, if not in the private equity, at least in the public sector, or I would say public listed market, a unicorn coming over from defense segment. And it will take about 3 to 4 years from now before a unicorn from a commercial application of drones can be expected. So basically, unless there is I would say 1,000 to 1,200 crore revenue which a company generates from the drone segment standalone, we cannot expect a unicorn coming out of it, because that's how the valuations work. And most of the companies which are working in the drone segment are good, sound, solid, profitable companies. So they will definitely not be receiving a hyped valuation which startups end up receiving in another segment. So keeping all that in place, I believe defense segment drones 2 years, and commercial segment drones will take about 4 years before we see a unicorn getting created.
Excellent. Thank you. So we hope it will be like that. Yeah, thank you. And then now I will go to Aswani. And Aswani, you have been using a lot of remote sensing data and for your analytics tools. So today the situation is a lot of remote sensing data is available for free. And also there are so many open source software which are available for free. What is required today is the ability to write innovative applications, innovative algorithm. That is the ability which is required. So because you have done it, so can you highlight the important points to the new entrepreneurs, the students who are sitting in this hall? What should they do to make best use of these opportunities?
Sure, sir. And thank you very much. And good afternoon to all the panelists and all the attendants. Really fortunate to be part of this Golden Jubilee celebration. So as far as the new application areas are concerned, first we'll have to figure out what are the gaps in the entire ecosystem. When we began our journey, we realized that there was dearth of data available, which could have been used for various applications. There were open source as well as commercial tools available, and they were really sound. And there were the emerging technologies like ML and AI. But usually, what we have seen over the period of last 7, 8, 10 years, that the acquiring data, bringing it onto a platform to process it, and then delivering an application still has a lot of gaps in between. And the one who would plug in those gaps and create a seamless flow of data to analytics to a specific application would turn out to be a winner at the end. And that's the problem where we started our journey to bring all the data together into a right reference frame, into the right usable formats. So we created a concept called spatial data drive, which could help our users or the analyst to pull in the data from either satellite imagery, from the tabular data files, from CSV data files, or from whatever formats the data is being generated today. Now, we are in such a fortunate time where the world's 80% of data which is being produced today has location as one of the component. Now, imagine the kind of application we could go and serve in the market today, be it banking, insurance, retail, finance, you name it, you would find an application of location intelligence or remote sensing. So one really has to sit down and see what are those gaps which are existing and which are not letting industries adopt the technology to its full capability. So if someone could create that seamless workflow, right from data ingestion, data preparation to data analytics, and finally to a customized application for the end user, would really win the game and would turn out to be an unicorn probably in 1 to 2 years of time frame.
Excellent. Very good. Thank you, Sunil. And now finally, my question is to Rahul. And Rahul, because in Pixel, you are providing the hyperspectral data of the entire Earth at very low, very small, the time resolution as well as the spatial resolution. That is what you are planning to do. So when you are going in that direction, what all applications, what kind of data processing methodologies, technologies you are considering? Because that data is huge, humongous. So can you highlight that?
Thank you, Professor, and thank you for inviting. So I guess question is very important because that is also one of the challenges. Once we are talking about scanning Earth, not with the 3 bands, which is R, G, and B, generally the Google Maps are, but we are talking about 100 of bands, not only in visible region, but also near infrared region, which we cannot see from our eye. So this is huge data set. And so I guess the major question is what kind of information this data set is having. And then we can apply respective analysis techniques or processing techniques. So just they do contain information which we can't see even from our naked eye. For example, greenness we can see from the crop, but nitrogen content, chlorophyll content, there may be correlation between greenness and chlorophyll. It's not scientifically like what is the reasoning behind it, right? It's just a correlation. So hyperspectral has answers to these questions. So processing the data and even before that saving the data. That's because we are talking about that set of data which is not ever produced before, and that's what we are gonna see. So some of the, I guess, basic processing techniques which we are focusing, because of course AI ML is, everyone is saying AI ML because it sometimes works. But the problem with AI ML is this is also if you use set of data set or set of regional data set, then your model may work for that particular season or that particular geographical location. So what is the requirement? So our way of thinking is how we can integrate the process-based model, how we can include the physics behind the absorption characteristics of the hyperspectral data in the atmosphere or with the interaction with the Earth surface. And that particular physics-based model or process-based models use data to kind of calibrate, not just putting the data randomly into some AI ML algorithm and getting it. I don't think that's a sustainable way to do it, or that's a repeated, that model will be repeatable. I personally don't think so. However, AI and ML is a tool which will help, which can help ultimately the process. So our focus is there that we come from the science perspective and then use data set or AI ML tools to strengthen the coefficients or calibrate this process.
Thank you. I think that's earlier we used to think, science will be done only in the government organizations. That is how we used to think the technology will be done in the government organizations. But this is really a change that we are seeing now in India. Our companies, small companies, startups, they are doing the science. They are doing the basic technology. And I think this is very important for our economy. Thank you. Now, here is Sanjay with us here. And of course, others I introduce. I'm not introducing you because Sanjay doesn't need any introduction. Everybody knows him. Sanjay, my question to you is, as you are hearing these young people over here, and we were trying to read their mind, what they are carrying, and how do they see the future, the entrepreneurs, the young scholars. One observation that I have, out of all of them right now who are in this panel, at least 50% are not the member of ISRS. So my question to you, because you understand that side, you understand the side of the society also, what should society do to bring them in its fold?
I expected the least. So there could be two ways of looking at it. That all those people who are doing innovation are not members of ISRS, or the members of ISRS who are doing innovation. So there are a lot of members of ISRS who are there also doing innovation. Probably I would not say that the people who are doing innovation are not associated with ISRS. So there are a lot of members of ISRS who are doing innovation. But that does not mean that ISRS should not do more. So the responsibility always lies with the institutions to reach out, rather than individuals to reach out to the institutions. So that's the way I would like to see the role of evangelism and advocacy, or incubation. It's the responsibility of the institution to build programs that can extend their outreach to those who need that, who could be part of that network. But taking this further a little bit, that how it can happen. First of all, I'm not a student of science or engineering or commerce, so I have very remote relationship with the science. The only reason I am associated with the space, let me tell you, is because I could not complete my PhD, but that was on geopolitics of technology transfer. And early 1990s, the geopolitics of technology transfer was very much related to the space sector. And that's where I came into this sector. And great scientists like Professor V.S. Ramamurthy, once we were having a discussion and talked about the journey of science to technology to applications to infrastructure. And this goes another axis, if you take it, it goes from a tool to a utility to a commodity. So when moving from science to impact, or this, so science, technology, innovation, productization, applications, and then the impact comes. So journey is long. So the fundamental science which you do, and now coming to entrepreneurship, and what has changed when I started as an entrepreneur, it was a kind of rebel, that you are rebellion with your family of a salary class family in 1990s, that you are going to set up something like this. That means you are a bad guy. But today, fortunately, the situation has changed. People recognize the value of startups and innovation. So three things I want to say, and that's important for ISRS to look at, is one is understanding the value chain. from science to application. And in that entire value chain, there are a lot of places where you can see the opportunity for yourself. So recognize what you are good at. In that value chain, recognize what you're good at. And this is especially for the students, that you cannot do everything. Recognize what you're good at. You may not be good at fundamental science, but you may be good at productization. So you do that work, and then you look at putting your best into a collaborative mode. So how do you build your partnership? So what ISRS needs to do is to actually do some kind of work on the direction of defining the value chain from science to impact, and then look at programs which could actually facilitate some kind of nurturing at every level of that value chain, and build that partnership with this kind of institutions. And then you'll see that more and more students will be actually taking the path of entrepreneurship. And last thing which I wanted to say is that today's world, entrepreneurship is not a crime. I must say that, entrepreneurship 25 years before in a socialist pattern of society was a crime. But today, if I can say in Hindi, the Lakshmi and Saraswati goes together, which was not earlier. So Lakshmi and Saraswati, those who have knowledge, they also have the opportunity to make money. So Lakshmi and Saraswati goes together, which was not the case earlier. So I would request the institutions to actually recognize the entire value chain and build programs which can nurture and incubate and enable students to do small things in a collaborative manner. Thank you.
Good, thank you. So thank you, very, very important answer. And now because we are running short of the time, what I will do in the second round of the questions, I will request all the panelists not to take more than 1 minute, please. And because many things already Sanjay has spoken about it. So in the second round, again, the same thing. I will start with Dr. Sharma with you because you are in the scientific institution. You are also on the ISRS. So what do you think ISRS should do to bring more people who are working in remote sensing in different organizations who are not yet part of the ISRS? Very quick answer.
I think that it was in morning session also it was discussed how we should penetrate our membership base to out of ISRO or out of Department of Space or other agencies where there is a direct and indirect remote sensing is being. So for that, I have that one thing, two things in mind. I'll say one thing. I will request my like that little senior members of the ISRS, wherever they get an opportunity, whenever they are giving the talk, so that at least they should make one slide for that at our ISRS. Before it says this is the ISRS, and in the ISRS you can become member, and these are the opportunities, and you can serve the society. Because ultimate purpose of any work is to serve the society, and it is a society, Indian Society of the Remote Sensing. So I'll urge from deep of my heart to all my senior members, wherever they are giving the talk, please make one slide.
Thank you. That's a
and second one, I will say like that from ISRS, our executive side, I will try like that. Whenever there is a big, where there is a remote sensing is being used directly or indirectly, we should try to put a small stall with the membership type like that. These are ISRS is doing, and this is the simple procedure to become the ISRS. So these two suggestions I have in my mind. I think they will definitely they are workable and they will give the fruits.
Yep. Thank you. And same question to Dr. Jaya. Now from the other side, because you belong to the academic institution, yet you are not a member of this society. You even didn't know about it. All right. And though you are working with the remote sensing. All right. So what ISRS should do, in your view? Quick, 1 minute, please.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, that was in my plan to become a member soon after the event. So 3 points from my side. The first one is a lot of us talked about AI, ML, and how a lot of data is generated. But what a lot hasn't been talked about is the annotation of data and availability of annotated data. If Professor Lohani and I did have the Viking data from ISPRS, a lot of our airborne LiDAR work wouldn't have transgressed into semantic classification and all of that. So I would suggest, I mean, I would highly wish that there are more annotated data sets that is made available to the offices of, ISRS. That's one thing. There was a lot of discussion in the morning about how to improve the journal outreach and how to get more publications, so actually, I have three things. One is, a repository would be good because nowadays there's a lot of preprints that are that a lot of authors do publish, and most journals have preprint policies, and so you could use that, like just like you have tech archive and archive itself, all of that, you can have something which is related to ISRS. The second one is nowadays the publication models have changed quite a bit. So there are conferences which ask for publications that can go into journals. So associating with a flagship conference or organizing one from ISPRS auspices will also be a good thing. And the third point was, I think I got. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that's a very good idea. Data used to be a problem in India there before the data policy, but now we have very good data policy. And this discussion I'm also doing with the GST that we should have test sites, and organizations like ISPR own those data, can make that data available to the people and invest in developing that test data. It is very important because otherwise for our research, we are downloading the data back from other places. It's a very good important solution. So Dr. Negi, very quickly, because defense organizations are giving a lot of their research budget to the entrepreneurs. Yeah, do you think that society like ISPRS can facilitate this in some manner and can help the entrepreneur, connect the entrepreneurs with the defense organization? Is there any possibility? What do you think?
Yes, you have rightly said that there is a lot of work which the defense want to be done from the entrepreneurs or from the private agency, and where the repetition kind of task is there, whether right from the data collection to processing or from the analytic side. So I feel here in ISRS, we have very learned people here. They are well expertise in various fields. If they can standardize those procedures, that task, the quality related standardization they can do. So that will be one of the great help to defense by giving further the training and whatever the entrepreneurs are generating, then their quality check if they can do this forum. So I think that will be great help.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Prantik, my question to you is very specific because you are doing a lot of research publications and in design, hardware, sunset development, those kind of things. But we don't see those papers in our Journal of Indian Society of Remote Sensing. Generally, we don't see those kind of papers, neither from industry nor from other organizations. Can you see what is the reason for this and what should we do so that those papers also they come to this journal?
Yeah, I think pertinent question that I think in the journals of the society, the articles are mostly concentrated on applications and the end use of the data. But the engagement of the sensor people who actually design the sensors, the sensor design, the instrument design, what goes into that. I mean, if you see some of the IEEE transactions or new sensor remote sensing simulators, they have almost an equal share, even if not more, in terms of involvement of the instrument. So I think that is one area where we can stress upon encouraging more, because I know for sure, being from SAC, that the involvement of the sensor people in writing for these journals is very less. And also the industry right now is more focused on the downstream, that is the use and application of this data. So I mean, those kind of articles which define the requirements, the economic viability of that data, and how they can actually motivate new sensor designs. So those kind of things, we can also encourage our industry partners to contribute to this journey. So that will be something
Good. Thank you. So Vipul, a question to you, because you know the pulse of the entrepreneurs. You are going through that process. You are connected with many more entrepreneurs. And as the talk is going on, that within ISRS, the entrepreneurs, they should join, they should have their activities. In some manner, ISRS should extend it to the entrepreneurs. So do you think that the viability of, like in ISRS today, we have chapters, city-wide chapters, okay? They are geographically located. I throw an idea. Do you see the viability of a virtual chapter of the entrepreneurs who come together, discuss, talk, share the ideas, and that kind of thing can be built under ISRS?
Okay. No, I think collaboration is the only way to make this country take the lead in the geospatial sector. If you look at the success stories in some of the sectors where we have skipped a generation, for example, if you look at telecom, we didn't go from one landline in each village to one landline in each house and then to mobile phone. Actually, it directly skipped the generation and every hand got a mobile phone. Similarly, if you look at the fintech sector, there we didn't go from let's say post office based account to bank accounts in private banks and then people having debit cards and then people moving towards digital payments. People directly skip the generation and every hawker in India now has a digital payment medium to either receive or give payments, right? So I think it is the entrepreneurs who can make the generation skip in GIS segment as well. And I believe that those sectors have benefited because a few entrepreneurs, researchers, and industry giants decided to collaborate and make that possible. So collaboration is the only way to get that success. And starting a chapter like this definitely would make it easier for entrepreneurs to communicate the complementary set of knowledge, skills, contributions they can bring in to create that ecosystem. And as Ashwini was also pointing out, that it is all about plugging the gaps. And not all the gaps can be plugged by a single company or a single individual or a single organization. And there would be a requirement to work on hardware side, software side, application side, even the process and standard side, because in the country we are at a very nascent stage. While we have a geospatial policy, we still don't have, after tens of years of continuous effort, we still don't have a robust standard in place when it comes to the generation of fundamental GIS data, which can be further leveraged for solving some very critical application oriented problems. So I think when we make this chapter, we should also bring in a certain specific academia ecosystem in place, because a lot of these researches and fundamental activities can be done by academia better. And entrepreneurs can work closely with the academia to maybe commercialize these solutions, because they have figured out how to take a very fundamental scientific solution and convert that into a successful, globally sellable product. So I think, yeah, I mean, I am in total favor of creating such a chapter where we can discuss very specific problems, forecast the market requirements, and figure out how collaboratively we can develop solutions for these requirements, specifically for India-centric requirements.
Thank you, Vipul. Very good answer. So, Aswani, my question to you, because while you are developing your technologies on data analytics from the special remote sensing stuff like data, you do a lot of research in the process, and we see, whether the Google, Facebook, Amazon, all of they publish a lot of their work in the public domain, but we are not seeing that happening in India to that scale. Can you tell me the reason for that, and what we can do to improve this situation so that the knowledge is disseminated? I understand the importance of the trade secrets. I understand the importance of the patents and other things, but at the same time, the dissemination is also important.
So excellent point, sir. In fact, I have always been advocate of contributing to open source projects. We have few of our team members who have been contributing to, let's say, libraries like GDAL and other open source libraries. So I think it's a high time when we all can come together and start collaborating in such a way that whatever small pieces of technologies which a startup or which a large company believe that could add a lot of value to the market or could bring an impact to the market should be allowed for a general public use. We don't have enough collaborators yet who would contribute to any open source projects in India. There are few passionate people. We have few passionate people with us who have been doing it, but that requires a lot of enthusiasm. And probably associations like ISRS or maybe Survey of India or maybe IITs of the world could start such an initiative in the country. And it's a high time that we should all think of for the betterment of the industry. The adoption of the technology, geospatial technology has happened in India. We have seen the gatherings at Geospatial World Forums and other forums, over the years. But still, there is a lot more given the size of our country, given the population of our country, and given the number of applications that we could solve those challenges on the ground. So yes, we have to come together and encourage industry, entrepreneurs, individual researchers to start contributing to the industry as well as the open source, and that would bring industry on a level where they could start publishing research in Indian journals or maybe in forums like Medium or things of that sort.
Thank you, Sunny. So last question to Rahul. Rahul, more or less the same question. In industry, now there are so many new industries, and young people are starting their company, they are doing research, they are developing products. Do you have a forum where you collaborate in terms of knowledge? Do you have any forum like that? If not, what do you see the possibility or the probability of having that kind of or those scientists joining ISRS? In ISRS, those activities can be promoted.
I will start with the example. I can talk about Pixel because I have seen things there. So we tend to, and we keep trying to collaborate with universities for working on analytics and various other aspects of what we want to do at Pixel. And the problem is many times we are not able to find the right person who is willing to take this forward. So now the thing is, do we have people with motivation? So individually as a company, it's very difficult for us to find. So I think if there is a platform where actually these motivated people are there, because even if we say that we are collaborating with a particular institute, that collaboration will not lead to anywhere unless there is a specific agenda, there is a specific objective and motivated people to work on it. So I guess ISRS kind of society, if they make a platform like that, then it will be very useful for a company like us.
Great. Thank you very much. So thanks to all the panel members. I think we got an opportunity to read their mind. It was very important for all of us. Because generally we come from a different kind of background, working in the common departments, working in the school, family of departments. But hearing the people from diversity, particularly from the entrepreneurs, is a very different thing. And what I realized that there is a need. There is a need on their side also. There is a need on our side. We want to expand. We want to bring them in. They want a platform where they can interact. So somehow this is the responsibility which lies now on ISRS. How to think in an innovative manner. So like I was giving the idea of the virtual platform, virtual chapter, because we have to understand their way of working. Two of them, they didn't join because they're busy with their work. We have to understand their way of working. But at the same time, can we facilitate this interaction and bringing them to our forum and talking to them, more discussion that is really required. So thank you very much for your patience and hearing it. Thank you.
If you may allow, can I just quickly add one
Okay,
minute?
one last thing, yeah, Prantik.
Since you mentioned this, I have one humble suggestion that since this is a body which encompasses representatives from academia, from industry, and also from government organizations, I mean, can we take an initiative of creating a remote sensing roadmap of our country, like a roadmap, a short-term roadmap or a mid-term and long-term one, which can also influence the policy decision making of this country? Because this is a wonderful body which I know of such societies in the field of astronomy who are doing this for shaping the astronomy roadmap of this country. So why not in the remote sensing?
Yeah, the person sitting next to you is hearing it very carefully, and he's the one who does it very well. Sanjay, about you. So anyway, I think the time is over. Yeah, we can have two questions from audience, and yeah, Dr. Chauhan. Exactly. Thank you. Yep. One question there, please. Give the money. Who are you asking this question to? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Very quickly, I will answer both the questions. And regarding the first, I think the main thing that we still don't have is very good handle in the hardware of the LiDAR equipments. There are works within DRDO system, within ISRO, attempts have been made to develop the LiDAR systems, and they're successes. But it's still miniaturizing the system, make it more efficient. We have yet to go in that direction, and this must be done because LiDAR sensors are becoming, they will be used everywhere, and so many uses, and that is what is happening around the world. So we must work in that direction. Second thing about the benchmark data, I would like to inform that in IIT Kanpur, we are developing a benchmark data, and that benchmark data will be available, say, in a fortnight to a site, and that will be the biggest benchmark data available for mobile data data, and it will be, most, I will say, important like data because it will have the classified file, segmented file. It will have the instance objects of Indian terrain, and that data will be available for Indian searchers. So it is happy. Yeah. Thank you. I think
Thank Yes, thank you for the question. So, yeah, so the real thing is if we have at least one data set, right, just like what we have for IIT, we will be able to do a lot more work with data sets in the country because there are a lot more technologies now which are related to, say, few shot learning and transfer learning, which you could apply just with like even one single data set that we can get, right? So that's it. There's also other problem, right? The different kinds of lidars and sensors that you're talking about. I have done work both on airport lidar and automotive vehicle lidar, and those cannot be transferred, right? So across lidar, you cannot transfer the learning, right? Because those lidars capture data in very different formats and different resolutions, etc. So at least one data set for different types of lidar would be actually a good thing.
thank you. I think with this, we close this panel discussion now. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, I thanks all of the panelists and the session moderator. And ISRS would like to thank you by a token of appreciation. And I will request session moderator Bharat Lohani to do the honors. First of all, Dr. Som Sharma from PRL. Thank you, sir. Dr. Jaya S. Nair, IIIT Bangalore. Thank you very much, ma'am. Dr. Harinder Singh Negi, PGRE DRDO. Thank you, sir. Dr. Prantik Chakravarti from SAC. Thank you, sir. Mr. Sanjay Kumar from Geospatial World. Mr. Vipul Singh, thank you. We will not be able to present something. Uh, we will send it to you. And Mr. Ashwini Rawat, transfer. Thank you very much. Mr. Amit Misra from Vasar Lab. Rahul Raj. Okay, thank you very much. Now I request Dr. Viket Adwal, sir, please kindly do the honors and give the token of appreciation to Mr. Bharat Lohani. Thank you very much. So with this, we end the happening session of young leaders, entrepreneurs, and scholars. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you, everyone. Good day.
All right, now I will not take long, just 2-3 minutes. And in 2-3 minutes, I would like to take you to the journey that we took for this new logo that we are proposing to the general body. And this is the journey actually of the logo, how it evolved over the years for the ISRS. And why there was a need for the new logo? Because the old one was a little clumsy, too many elements, difficult to print at all the scales. It was a good design of that time, but really not modern design. And nowadays the designs are minimalist and ours was maximist. Everything was there. And also in ISRS, we are going international. Our earlier logo would not represent the international. So we wanted something which represents the international. Also the ISRS, I remember in the conference in Hyderabad, and Dr. Chauhan, he was saying, where is our logo? Because you can't see it. The ISRS would appear so small and the others would appear large. So that was the problem with the old logo. So what we did in our executive council, we did an exercise and we invited the ideas from different people. So we invited the ideas from industry. So for example, here we have got some ideas from the industry and we worked on that. We thought about it. Then I involved IIT Kanpur students also. In IIT Kanpur, we have a department of design. We do master, MDes, department of design. And these guys, they are very good in that. They can think new. And the moment I gave them this problem that we need a logo, they started producing so many. You can see so many possible options, so many possible, options they produce. So our executive council through WhatsApp, we started working on this. And then we decided on 3 ideas. We said, okay, we can go with these 3 ideas. Give us more options. So they produced some more options. Finally, we decided the one which is on the right looks good. We can go for that. So they said, okay, fine, we can give you like these possible options. So these are the various options that they gave us to us. Now here also, finally, by reading our requirements, the design team, they decided the components of the logo. They said, okay, yes, you need a globe, you need the orbits, you need the satellite, you need a big ISRS, you need the Indian Society of Remote Sensing written over here. And using this, they put these options together. Again, we started working on this. The EC members, oh, I like this one, I do not like this one. And we had a lot of discussion. And finally, we conversed on this. So this is the logo that we finally convert, and we find it satisfies all our requirements. This can be printed at all scales. It is minimalist, it is futuristic, and it shows the approach of ISRS going international. That is what it shows. So this logo also, you can print it in different ways. The same design concept, but the colors can be varied and different things, depending on the background, what kind of background you have got. You can print it. And also, whenever you make the logo, the important thing is copyright. Because this logo has evolved from basic, it is our logo. So about the copyright also, we are sure it is our copyright. So finally, good, that's it. This is our logo, and this is only our proposal right now. And this we will be putting to the general body for the approval. Yeah, and one more thing, lastly, because you can read the names at there. So my colleague, Professor Satyaki Roy, and his student Ali Usama and Amrita PK and Richard Barua, they are the people who work behind this logo design. I really would like to acknowledge their hard work and thank them. Yeah. Yeah, that is limited. These are the possibilities. Yeah. Yeah, we will have all possibilities. Once we have the basic design, then all possibilities are there. We are agreeing on the basic design.
I have a question. What is futuristic about this? You mentioned this indicates of futuristic.
Oh, futuristic. Oh, if I answer this, number one, the design itself. Design is minimalist. If you think the right old design, you pack everything into that. It has minimum into it. Number two, yeah, yeah. No, in our earlier logo, of course, we will discuss it when we meet in the general body. But in our earlier logo, we are focusing only on India map. Now we are putting the entire globe into it because ISRS wants to do the Earth observation. We are doing the Earth observation. ISRS wants to go international. We are showing the international here. That's why we are talking like that. Yeah, I think if we bring all the platforms from the ground radiometer to the drone to the aircraft to the helicopter to the satellite to the geostationary, it will become clumsy. The idea is Earth observation. So satellite means Earth observation. And generally the design of the logo is like that only. If you talk to the designer, they have certain language. And they say, yeah, the idea should be conveyed, not that you put everything into it. Anyway, that all these things we'll discuss. And we'll discuss when we circulate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Without taking much time, we'll start next session. Working experience with ISRS and JIRS and future direct. This session is moderated by Dr. S.P. Agrawal, Director ANISAC. I welcome him to stage. Please change. Director ANISAC and Executive Editor JIRS. Proposed panelist for this is Ms. Sonal Chaudhary from Springdale. And I invite Mr. Gagandeep Singh from Taylor and Francis. Please. With a humble request to moderator to just to have time in the mind. Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I hand over mic to the moderator.
Thank you. Thank you and good afternoon. I understand it's this session and team, so you have to choose which one you want. Anyway, I will try to finish this within 15 or 20 minutes if depends on that. But you know that this is very, very important. If you look at the history, in fact, since morning, our honorable dignitaries, many times they have told about the history. It started from 1973 and then it is now it's a monthly journal. In fact, in 1973, it was a biannual journal. And I have seen the volume available there on the stall also. And you will see that in a one volume, 2 issues are there. But then it comes to the quarterly journal, then it becomes a 6-monthly journal, sorry, bi-monthly journal, and then finally it is a monthly journal. Now, whatever you are talking, whatever research you are doing, publication is very important. And for that, one of the key and main important part is basically the printing and publishing. And if you see the history of the publishing of this, I would like to tell you that first 18 volumes or first 18 years, it was printed by Messrs. Commercial Printers, Dehradun. Then after that, for some small period of 1 or 2 issues, it was printed by JS Printers, Dehradun. Then after that, 13 years, it was printed by Bikal Printers, Dehradun. And then for next 5 years, it was printed by Shiva Offset Printers. But then there was a paradigm shift. There was a thought process among all editorial board, especially chief editor, president ISRS, probably, and they thought what should do. So then they decided, let us go with a professional, publisher. And I really compliment them that they have decided and they have chosen a publisher which is renowned world over. So they have chosen the Springer. Okay, so from 2008 onward, journal is printed by the Springer. Then it was also thought, why only journal? We should also get printed our books from some professional publishers. So from 2018 onwards, we had signed MOU with Taylor and Francis, and already they have published 4 books. And I'm sure many books are pending and they are going to complete it. Nevertheless, now publishing become very easy for the editorial board, no doubt about it. But then there are certain issues. The issues are increasing number of volumes. Number of papers. That currently I was looking at that history. If I compare with 2008, when we joined hand with the Springer, we received in a year only 28 papers in 2008. But last year, 2022, we received more than 950 papers in a single year. So you can imagine that how much load is coming to the editorial board. And I compliment all editorial board, including editor-in-chief. Of course, he's always giving a lot of direction. Editor, then managing editor, assistant managing editor, associate editor, and most importantly, all the ISRS members and authors. I always say that basically the members and authors, they are basically increasing our impact factor because of their novel work. And of course, I will ask certain questions to my representative from publishers. But nevertheless, this is what I want to tell you, that how important is the publishing. Currently, we are handling 900 something papers in a single year. So you can imagine every day 3 papers we are handling. And you can see the burden. And this burden is not only coming to the editorial board, especially our assistant managing editor, Dr. George Blake, or other officers, but it is also coming to the publishers. So, but then somebody told that knowledge and the wealth, Lakshmi, goes hand to hand. So it is happening. Once popularity of the journal is increasing, that Lakshmi is also increasing, and society is getting richer day by day. Fine. So with me, there are 2 panelists. They are a representative from Springer and Taylor and Francis. From Springer, we have Ms. Sonal Chaudhary. She is the head of publishing of Springer. And then from Taylor and Francis, we have Mr. Gagandeep Singh. So I welcome both of you. And it is because generally we are always talking about ourselves. It is nice that you came here and we would like to hear from you. So my first question to both of you is basically, what is your past experience with the journal or with your MOU with the books? And then what is way forward? Yeah, please.
So thank you very much for having me. I'm truly delighted to be a part of this celebration. And I just want to tell you, it is not a word. the papers coming in. We really want number of submissions to grow because number of submissions, if the growth in number of submissions is directly proportional. We want the journal to grow bigger and bigger. In terms of what we have done up till now, journal has improved and we could see it in the journal matrix. So whenever an author comes to submit paper to the journal, they basically look for certain journal matrix, which consists of the number of days taken for the first decision, final disposition, which is the stat of the journal, then citation, and one of the major metrics, which is sometimes underrated, is the download, which is how much the journal is being read by the authors and readers. So we are doing good in all fronts, and that is the reason there is an ever increasing submission rate. I would like to let you know that we have decreased the stat of the journal substantially, which is a very good point for the journal. As we all know, we are almost close to the impact factor of 2, and we are very hopeful we will achieve whatever we want in terms of citations, download, publications, submissions, with the current efforts that both publisher and the society are putting in a collaborative manner. I feel proud say this, that with this society, whenever I come up with a solution, a suggestion, or any kind of idea, they accept it wholeheartedly. They at least discuss it with me. So it is a kind of a work. We are going on hand in hand, and that is why we see this success. I hope this success continues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Gagandeep, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think, first of all, congratulations are in order for 50 years. And I hope Dr. Diamond further. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Naik, sir, whom I met a couple of times in his office in Delhi. Then Dr. Joseph, who wrote with us his first book on building Indian Earth observation cameras. Then I saw that these two dignitaries are on the board of Journal of the Indian Society of Remote Sensing. I approached them that, why don't you start writing? So then the whole process started. So I thank you both, especially for giving us this opportunity. Now, book writing is always a long shot. It takes time to write a book. It takes time to bring it into the market and then sell it. And when the Lakshmi come in, then the things went, the revenue and the royalty of books. So I was having my lunch while pairing up my notes. Dr. Senthil Kumar, the author of the book Fuzzy Machine Learning Algorithms for Remote Sensing, which came 2-3 years back. And he said that you have done a good job. I just received my royalty check. That means after 3 years, still the royalty is coming. And that means books are selling. And that means the books are good. That's what we expected of remote sensing. Now, of course, we are really proud and privileged. We are already working on 12 different projects. Experience has been very nice, very effective. But I would just like to read from my notes. Sorry for the handicap, but I just find it very handy. I think 2 pointers are there. We want to evolve this collaboration into a partnership. That means how possibly the role of this scholarly society and the role of the publisher complements each other in curation and amplification of research. Curation means bringing the best minds of the society to contribute in terms of books. That means promoting the local content to the global market, and that's what it is all about. Amplification of research means the discoverability of the content. Now, coming back to the point in the last session, one of the doctors said that I didn't this, although she is working in remote sensing. That means the society needs to work on getting more discoverable. That means that what content you work, be it journal, be it books, the content you produce should be more discoverable, and hence it will enhance the network. So the ultimate goal of this collaboration, what I feel, and we are going on the right way, is research to have a real world impact. And that is what is reflected in your new logo. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Gaganji. My question to Ms. Sonal. You know that there was in the morning only there was a discussion that why should be like Journal of Indian Society of Remote Sensing. And currently, if you see, we are getting many number of papers from abroad. If you see that table of that, how many papers we are receiving. So I could able to tell you that now more than 28 countries we are receiving paper, more than 11 you can say. In fact, if you see the China, more than 900 paper we have received. And then next one maybe Iran, then all these countries there. So now it becomes a truly international journal. Madam, so my question to you that is there any impact if we change the name? If so, in what way it is going to help our journal?
So I'll start with cleaning the down here. We are international because of our reach, because of being published with a Springer, because of the journal getting included in these packages, which are sold worldwide. So we are a very truly international publisher. Our reach is there. We are visible in global market everywhere where our packages are being sold and the journal. Now we come to changing the title of the journal to make it more impactful in the terms of making it sound like this is an international journal. We have had this discussion before, and I have been discussing this with the abstracting and indexing team. The major impact that we see is if we change the name of the journal, we might do the citation that we already have with the name of Journal of Indian Society of Remote Sensing, and we might have to start all over again, which means losing the impact factor. Now, I still have to continue this discussion because if you remember, sir, telephonically we discussed what are the other ways how we can, get it done. So I'm yet to get back to you. But prima facie, it looks like this is going to impact our side. And I'm very sure we are on that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gagan, one question to you. That you are looking into different books and different, so what is your opinion in future? What kind of books or what kind of topics, people are really eager to particular learn or read?
Thank you for the question, sir. I think in sitting through the first session, I made a good deal of notes of what different keywords, different nitties were discussing. I think you are hitting the right notes. Those are the parts. But going forward, what I would see that now we are doing standalone books. I think in a year, we can identify certain thematic sub-areas. For example, I'm just taking this up. In 2023, we can say that ISRS will be bringing up a LiDAR book series. It can be a sub-series in which we can have small, very focused books aimed at professional audiences. So I think we have to diversify because this thing is now a sort of default for us. We know that every year 4 or 5 publications are coming, but now we start to work on more thematic based books in the coming future. Of course, you are the subject experts. You need to tell us what things you want to work, and of course, we will facilitate and help you do the capacity building. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Sonal, one question to you. In the morning also there was a discussion that now currently we are publishing our papers in the form of research paper and review paper. But suppose we are going to change the format like research paper, review paper, short communication. Maybe that somebody can write about what should be the future of the science and all. So probably what could be the format and what formality as a society we should do.
So I was just thinking the discussion which is happening about how we can engage industry publishing papers with us. So we can have sort of technical paper article category which can be created and under the EM system. How to write a technical paper? We have proper guidelines over Springer website that I can share with all of you, and we can include it in our instruction process once we all decide that we want to go ahead with this article category.
Thank you. So then you know that in the morning, our editor-in-chief has very clearly mentioned about the citations, and we are not striving for citations. Our main aim is that we are having 6,000 our ISRS members, and they should get the access to the journal. However, there is always a discussion about the citation versus the quality of the paper. And we strive for the quality, not for the citation. Nevertheless, it is a part of that. Once quality improves, citation improves. But I have seen, if you see the medical journal, their citation is very, very high. The reason is it affects everybody because that everybody wants to see that inside. They always quote and there are lobby of the doctors. And in this journal business also, I understand if you look at the China, they always cite their paper. And in the morning, some dignitaries were telling that in India, from I think RPC or somebody from outside, he was telling that we don't write our friends, we don't cite our friend paper. Fine. So that doesn't mean citation is so important. And in fact, one of my observations is what journal I have also discussed with you that it was launched very soon. I mean, last few years back only it was launched, and within 1 year only it becomes 5 point something. So what is the magic in it actually? How the citation and what is the citation belief? Can you tell about it?
Frankly speaking, citations for me as a publisher, I'll not say it is a business. We have to believe in something. And obviously, citations mean if a journal has good number of citations, has good quality. So I will not like to comment on it if it is a business, but yes, I can let you know about what not to do for citation. So if we are citing the same journal, if the author is submitting paper in Journal of Indian Society of Remote Sensing and citing Journal of Indian Society of Remote Sensing, or we are telling the author to cite our journal, that is wrong because it will increase self-citation, which can get our journal out of Web of Science. If the reviewer is asking author to cite their paper, that is unethical. So we can guide you what is wrong, what we should not do. We will follow the right path. And I don't think I will not support the point that citations are a business. If an article is getting cited, obviously it has good quality. That is what I would like to do.
Thank you. Gagandeep, would you like to say something? Because you are also publishing something on citation.
On the citation, I think so we'll have points. One thing just to add, I think when you talk of impact factor is directly proportional to the amount citation. So for example, I graduated in forensics, such a small community that our topmost journal is only highest impact factor is. But as the audience, so medicine, a lot of people like journals like Lancet, established journals, lots and lots of readership. Everything increases proportionally. So I think Rohan is right that it's a quality that.
Fine.
I would like to add one point. We all know how impact factors are calculated. So number of papers are divided by the number of publications. We always come across question, why should we increase publication? This will decrease our impact factor, but it is not true. If the quality of the paper is good, if it can attract good number of citations, impact factor is not going anywhere. It is going.
Thank you. Then my last question, then I will take a few questions from the audience. Nowadays, people are talking about the, in fact, Springer only, transformative journals, and then open access journals. And currently, our Journal of Indian Society of Remote Sensing is working in the hybrid model. Means, if you want, you can pay and your paper will be in open access. Otherwise, it will be normal paper only, and anybody can pay and get the paper or access the paper. So, what disadvantage and advantage you see in this open access journal?
Open access journal is a journal where all the papers will be open access. Funding may come from APC, which author will pay, or it may come from the deals that Springer has with various institutes. Transformative journals are the set of journals which are committed to flip to open access once they are at par with a certain number. When they start publishing 75% of their content in open access. While hybrid journal, what our journal is where we can have both subscription articles and open access articles. So in hybrid journals, invariably, none of the author pays. APC comes from the author's profit. We are currently in a very good position. And I think we are good as we are. And I will not push our journal to go forward for transfer.
So you mean to say that TF or open access?
Yes, because we are getting all the advantage of TA, which is transformative agreement with oblique read and publish deals, oblique compact deals. So we are getting everything out of it. We don't need to charge.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Unal, and thank you, Mr. Gavandeep. Now I request audience, please, if any question you have. Yeah, sir.
Quite a bit. But my question is, suppose journal has an accident. Do you think all the paper public?
In fact, let me understand this question and answer it in a very different way. Springer is a DORA signatory. So we do not support fact factor to be the only metric to judge the quality of it. So the answer to your question is no. In fact, we were having quite a lot of discussions. I was sitting with Dr. Philip and Dr. Nandi, and we were discussing how we can improve the quality of the business. Maybe we continue our discussion for the minute. Frankly speaking, no. I understand a special issue coming out of the conference proceedings, best papers of a conference proceeding. But yes, I understood your question. I'm just taking the example. I understand this can happen wherein the paper is majorly revised so that the best paper can be included and a special issue can be found out of the conference proceedings. But I've never heard of a special issue published in journal from a book. That is a direct conflict. I don't know how my friend MDPI is. but the papers are different. Unfortunately, I don't see this as a possibility. Yeah. Until unless they revise the paper majorly, it will not pass through the authenticate report also. Yes, yes, then also. In fact, I'll give you an example. In one of my impact factor journal, the managing editor of the journal was trying to publish the paper of president of the journal. Published it already in a book. Said, I want to publish this paper in the.
So now question is little different. Suppose a volume, some special volume, special issue. It is basically the guest editor, so we identify one guest editor, and then he is serving many papers, for example, 20 papers. Now it is published. The question is, can it finally be published as in the form of paper?
I don't think so, sir. Because once a content is published, it cannot be
So
published.
answer is no, very clearly.
Yeah.
Yes, some more questions. So, Senthil sir, your answer is it is basically MDPI who is doing this business. Yeah. Okay. Okay, fine. So last one question. Yeah, please.
Specific suggestions related to change of the organization. That I'm citing for example. Like they have it, and I regular, like soil science, they have a discipline of biology. So whether we can regular section each issue of the journal, like sensing sensor, disaster management, farming, natural resources application. But it should be regular each issue because it is a multidisciplinary discipline. I'm a soil, but a particular issue, the one article is.
Yeah, I think Dr. Shah, I can answer this question. Basically, if you see the number of paper we are receiving and process is very big. So it is not possible for us currently to divide the papers into themes. Sometimes it will happen, one theme may be blank. So, but idea is good.
On future direction, we are telling that we are getting large number of papers.
Yeah.
So in every section of the each issue, reader will be looking for that I am getting my article.
Yeah, your idea is good, but practically at this moment it seems to be difficult. Later, obviously, we can see.
Other suggestion for fast track publication, whether the later kind of some journal they have later. First track, pretty publication is a shorter, processing. Whether the society journal can be.
Yeah, you mean to say short communication? Okay.
Separate.
Yeah, yeah, I know that.
Fine.
I would like to answer. If we are talking about letters and short communication, it is very important to understand that they are not going to get citations for them. They will only add up to the number of articles. So if we want to increase the citation of the journal, we should keep it at the minimum.
Short communication and very important communication, which author wanted to give to the people through journal. It is also important. So certainly we can always include that. But of course, we should not have many numbers. That's then yes, please.
I welcome this idea. And please correct me if I'm wrong, can't we include the data set maps which can be by giving proper credit to the author? Can't we include them in the supplement section of the article? That will be readily, quickly accessible by you and reviewed. I think we can do something. In fact, we can podcast also for good papers that will attract visibility to others.
Okay.
We are doing it for Journal of Indian Institute of Science.
Thank you. Last question. Option. This will be last.
Actually, not. Can do this. And I absolutely welcome this idea. Going to be very good for me.
Maybe, previous, it is not like that. See, generally we are having, yeah, it is always there. Okay. 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 Okay, fine. But just I want to tell you one thing regarding this. Generally, we are receiving paper every year. And it is not necessary that every year paper is published in the same year. No, it goes forward. So anyway, sir, we will discuss later. But whatever is a statistic. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I think this is all, and I really appreciate both the panelists. Thank you for nicely answering queries and giving about your publications and publishing the journal and what is the way forward. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
This was very interesting session and many audience are interested. That's why so many questions and publishing does matter. So now ISRS would like to present you token of appreciation. I will request Dr. S.P. Agrawal to do the honors. Miss Sonal Chaudhary, Cringer, India. Thank you very much. Mr. Gagandeep Singh from Taylor and Francis, India. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Prakash Chauhan, Director NRC, to kindly do the honors and present token of appreciation to our session moderator, Dr. S.P. Agrawal. Thank you, sir. So with this, we come to the end of the two sessions. So we'll break for maybe 20 minutes for tea and we'll come back here. soon we will start next session on journey from photo nirvachak to JISRS. And I welcome all of you to please come to the auditorium and take your seat. All who can hear me, please join us so that we can start our program in time. Jagan sir, are we audible? Can you hear us? Hello. Welcome back to the auditorium. We have a session journey from photo nirvachak to JISRS. So this panel discussion with mostly JISRS editors. So I invite session moderator Dr. V.K. Darwal. He's a Indira Gandhi Chair Professor NIAS and Bengaluru and former editor JISRS. Panelists, I invite Dr. Sarnam Singh, former Dean Academics IRS and Associate Editor JISRS. Dr. A.S. Rajawat, former Deputy Director SAC Ahmedabad and Associate Editor JISRS. Dr. A. Senthil Kumar, former Director IRS and Executive Editor JISRS. Dr. S.P. Agrawal, Director NISAC and Executive Editor JISRS. Dr. Rajendra Singh, Professor IIT Kharagpur and Associate Editor. Dr. Anjana Vyas, Professor LJ University and Associate Editor JISRS. Dr. C. Jagannathan sir, he is available with us in online mode. Professor and Dean Remote Sensing BIT Mesra and Associate Editor JISRS. Dr. R.D. Garg sir, Professor IIT Roorkee and Associate Editor JISRS. And Dr. George Philip, Assistant Executive Editor JISRS. I welcome all of you to the stage and I hand over the stage to the moderator. Thank you.
So, thank you. So in our session, so that works online. So the audience will receive the final product. And these people somehow have for long time worked on the product, creating the product. So we are already running 45 minutes. We have 9 panelists. So we are attempting to cover it in 30 minutes. So the chairman's 30 minutes, half is taken. So half my suggestion to each panelist is I will go in the sequence of people who are earlier and last one are the most recent one. And I am requesting them to tell you at least 2 improvements in the future journal which we need to incorporate so that our next step, the next stage of our journey. Okay? And I will start with Dr. Sarnam Singh.
Thank you, sir, for inviting me to and giving me the first chance to talk about. Good afternoon to all of you. I will just share my journey, my experience of the museum. I was somewhere in between transition of the common place, was part of the exercise of the team, and then afterwards, the first day, and second evening. Even though I had been a member of the society 1991, but my actual role as a
contributor to society started with that. I must thank Dr. Noor because in 2003 we had a meeting in ISRS connection and they were looking for a new team to be an educated team and they Chapati Agarwal has attended that meeting and told me that nominees for the associated editors that what they used to me, but I said, okay, fine, if it comes to, I will serve the society. That's how I got in. That time, Dr. R.P. Singh was I had the opportunity for R.P. Singh and currently. I also had the opportunity for sense of why I'm trying to mention because our Star Wars in for the societal or the society or cause of the it gives you a lot of meaning or we never think at the end of school. That benefited not to me. I must thank Alice Nair. They were the history I lot of you they are definitely quality distribution. There are many aspects. One of the about the three, four achievements. One of the achievements which I feel I could make a dent in that was the six in for recognition it was listed in IC. Artistic and the art. But we feel I feel very happy. Reason for I became the part of the technical board in 2003. The journal had 3 years backlog as far as publication is concerned. And in 2 years, the board complete all the backlog and got the journal on time and improve quality of editing, 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 figures, tables, and differential system. Let me also tell you that Dr. R.P. Singh was very keen that the quality of the as best as possible. He was in the library. Kanpur and I was here communicating on TV. But still many times we have some kind of but we always try that least and best. I should also mention one thing I find myself and was not very active. And at that time, the intern of this as for the general economic or financial position of the general and continuous. Let me also highlight one of the here. Be very hesitant to hand over the general. For reasons of the but it will be always we agreed to give 50 copies of the print for them to sell outside the country so that they will be able to advertise the journal. They designed the journal the green color for the page for by them. Next year, that's good. Fine. And agree with that means that we know. And then the one gives and then we saw that we transferred from our hand to this. That was a very good moment for us, for me, see, and we could have the guys and please watch it, then the fencing, and then of course. Time is very set. I had a topic. One I will repeat, so I'll give you two only. One of the kind of assistant in Java. Let us say I now look after the forestry team, and I find it very difficult to find out the reviewers. One of my suggestions was that we can have options, but while certainly the author reviewers have the option to buy them. It is not not to have multiple options. I want that time because I have sent under 667 pictures have been sent with different. And the price does not be Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Namsi. I'll request Dr. Senthil. Yeah, if you could tell us only for future what two things you really need. Just take a short half a minute to thank associate editors, Artie Singh and Chinap Vyas, as well as C. Jaganathan. I think during my tenure as executive editor, they were really, supporting me at a time where there was crisis. Like some others were so desperate, start putting a lot of questions. So they were very helpful, and thank you. I think both of you are here, Artie Garg and so CJ on online. Okay, coming back to this, sir, actually, my view is that the best way to go forward is to go for more and more special issues. I think the special issues would attract more audiences and especially the team real experts to join, not only from our side, but also from elsewhere. To do so, I strongly second the view what we talked about the morning. Remote sensing is one of the main tools. There are many which are now to be looked at very carefully. We will take this forward so that the readability or the reading community increases. I would say in that today the citizen science crowdsourcing, the IoT-based systems for wireless communication of the ground-based system. There are a lot of innovations are happening, but then they're not getting punctuated. Maybe it's scattered in various journals, but I think we should bring it into one special issue. That would be one of the good ways. And also we should, these are the components of instrumentation from which we get the data. But there is also equally, we face a tremendous digital transformation now. We have what we call digital twins, which is becoming more and more popular these days, particularly in film and other important studies where the civil engineering applications of remote sensing is becoming very popular. And also we have metaverse, again, very important one, which comprises both augmented reality and virtual reality together to make a very unified system which brings altogether different domains for the users. That's again because particularly for robotic applications in planetary missions and so on, those kind of systems are very important. And of course, we have data ecosystem. I think Prakash mentioned this morning. But we need to go into papers on topics like how the big data analytical challenges that we have, storage, retrieval, as well as sharing the data and also
securing the data. There are more discussions need to happen. I think putting this across as a topic probably would attract more authors to send very important communication papers, which will certainly attract our audiences also for the time. Thank you, sir. So thank you, Dr. Senthil. Professor R.D. Garg.
The two major points which come to my mind in order to improve the journal in future are to reduce publication time and how to handle the review. In fact, these two are the intertwined aspects. But if we want to reduce the publication time, the review should arrive ready. And how to handle the review, first of all, as India has to kind of several times to be problem. And how I just what about that I refer to more than two reviews that is one of the reviews is the remedy to refer to. Secondly, we have some encouragement for the reviewers. It is just my own idea. Like a number of journals follow the appreciation certificate for the reviewers who have. And we can just introduce a fast track publication for the reviewers when they author any paper. In this manner, we can encourage they are really willing to that. And one more thing I would like to add here, that as an individual, I don't accept the reviews which are only 3 to 4 lines. Then I used to send them again to one more reviewer. In fact, it goes reverse manner to the first point to reduce the publication time. If we have to send those papers again and again, we see the publication time. And that both of these issues.
Thank you, Professor Garg. Professor Jagannathan, are you hearing us?
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir. Good evening, everyone, respected seniors and all the colleagues.
Jagan?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me, sir? Can you hear me, sir?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
The floor is yours. I think we will
Thank you, sir.
Increase your volume. We would really like to hear the 2 future improvements you would really suggest for enhancing the overall quality and the outreach of the journal.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir. And my best wishes to all the ISRS members and the chief editors, associate editors. And sir, because of my network is slow, so let me switch off my video. So I'm just keeping my audio on. Is it okay?
Great. We want to listen to you and call
okay,
you
sir.
next time to see you. Yeah.
Sure, sir. Yeah. Actually, because many of you already have mentioned many issues, what I observed is recently we are getting a lot of papers with the deep learning network related papers. And also some of the advanced sensors related. But what I notice whenever we request, we are looking for reviewers. So we don't get actually a good number of reviewers which are readily available to us, especially within country. And then we have to depend upon the foreign reviewers, but most of the time they don't accept. So I need a support from the Springer side so that they can provide me, or they already have a kind of a list agreed upon reviewers who can readily take up some advanced domains. So that is one suggestion. Second suggestion, not only for the journal as well as for the society, is if we can kind of become an authority in making some certifications. Because so many industry and so many new geodata policy, everything is coming up. And then there is one other policy component is the authorized certification center. So from that angle, if we can find out even certification for the reviewer in geospatial domain also may be one of the possibilities. So these are my suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jagan.
So one will be part of the journal, the other one will be part of the overall geospatial ecosystem and role of the site. Thank you for covering both. May I request Dr. S.P. Agarwal?
Thank you, sir. So your question is basically on how to increase the outreach of the journal. Now in the morning also lot of discussion was there that we are limited to ISRO or maybe allied institutions, or maybe through our network only people are publishing the paper. Nevertheless, now it is very clear in view of the new geospatial data policy, lot of players is going to come. So we have to first of all increase the the outreach through various academic institutions. Dr. Senthil told that more than 1,800 institutions are there. Not only that, I found in view of that AI and deep learning, which is the buzzword everywhere, and everybody is working, whether it is civil engineering, mechanical engineering, or robotics and even remote sensing. I could able to see that the research, which is also basically focused on the image processing, including civil engineering, because to detect the anomaly in the building also. So this is the high time to think to increase the outreach, but how? So certainly the number of members and outreach goes hand in hand. So we have to look into the increase the membership. Now we have to design or we have to devise the method that how to tell the people they can become the member. So we have to go to the academicians or university we can write, or that we have to look. In fact, there should be a separate brainstorming probably. So we can think how to increase the outreach and really how we can increase the number of members of the society. That is number one. And number two, which is also very important and related to that only, the widening the horizon of the themes. Currently, we are limited to the remote sensing and application and somewhat GIS. But now geospatial domain is very, very big domain. Our GIS in remote sensing is basically related to the image processing or then how to take the data for some useful applications. But basically, if you see the geospatial technology, it goes beyond that actually. So whether you are talking about that mapping, navigation, or that what you call even the road network or gap areas, many things are there in GIS. So whether we have to increase this, these are the two things which are working.
Thank you, Dr. Agarwal. Now may I request Dr. S. Vedawat to please contribute to this discussion. Thank you very much. I would like to. One is that since the morning session of our that remote sensing has grown here, and now the major themes, the experts in the specific major themes, and whom we know that they are also dealing with remote sensing. Some invited articles should be submitted, asked from them to be submitted in the journal. The people who have reached to a very certain senior level and have done the excellent quality work in specific disciplines, they should be invited to write articles. Second thing is, second point which I would like to address is a point of say caution that sometimes the decision of the editorial board and the editor may get biased also for a specific say paper or an article. Specific since the point I am mentioning is because sometimes the specific say in the board also you may have a person who has worked extremely well in a specific theme, but he would like that there would maybe a point of say politics involved that let this article not get published. That kind of precaution should also be there. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rajawat. May I request Professor? Yeah. Rajan Singh. I thought Randeep Singh. I'm sorry. First Rajan Singh.
Thank you, sir. It doesn't matter whether it is Ranveer or I think so be an editor, I find that the challenges are one is extracting quality solution, other is finding quality. How about quality submission? I think by some not for of making India
many media kind of slogans. But better than outside, and I don't blame the academicians because the system is like that. When I apply for classes with this journals, national category and national category. When we can't change the name, I did the answer. Can't change. That means we have to product. And I think one of the way of doing the product by publishing invited commentary from now scientists, various domains. But once we publish that, and that not limited to scientists, admission, and that what would happen is that you visibility. What of the name of that or that year of current science. In that way, we can have invited probably a lot of people, a lot of contributions. Other issues of we know that that is important, but the other issue is finding quantitative or I think we know that quite and no response. One of the ways pricing that providing some kind of fast tracking. Other could be publishing their also I find that if that is happening, then reviewers don't have to meet certain right? They will thank you.
Thank you, Professor Singh. May I request Professor Anjana Vyas to
Thank you very much. Probably I'm the youngest one entering into this editing editorial particularly. Yeah, there are many good things, but there are few challenges as well we are facing when we have to take the rightly pointing out the reviewers or reviewers reactions to that. For example, I just quote that one reviewer is telling rejected and another one is saying accepted. I want to bring out important points is that because one has already told reject, another one say either minor or as so it is a task for the associate editor to look through the manuscript that what's really a problem in it because some small point will come out with minor corrections and so that is only good. Okay. Associate editor has little additional job of reviewing almost all manuscript before putting it to the executive editor. The second point what I want to say is that the person who has already mentioned rejected, if we are giving back to them to review, when there is automatic thing, we cannot even write or request that because of this reason it is to be done again and please do it. So many of those, majority of those, if they have rejected it, they are not really allowed to accept it to evaluate that or re-review it and give us the comments to that. Then what happens is that should we think about it? Should as an associate editor, should I look into once again and give some my comment as an additional reviewer number 3 and then put it I do generally and then whether it is correct or not, but I do like that and I put back to the executive editor and paper goes on.
what happens during this, my point is not the process what associate editor has to go through, but more is the time delay. Just goes on the time delay. And time delay, when I'm putting that point, that there is also those system functions properly, but the reviewer, when we select that, they don't respond to uh, take up or not take up. Okay, accepting the reviewing. Second thing is they accept the review, even 1, 2, 3 reminders, they don't do it. So there I feel the question that what to do about it. So sometimes I feel that it is 200 days and you know, so many days or something like that. And I say, okay, have one more reviewer and put it. So again, you are giving them 21 days or 14 days or whatever you did. Again, it gets delayed. And so the great point is a real question. Sometimes as an associate editor, we feel that why it is taking so much of time, because young scientists are putting their paper to be published, either they are doing PhD or something. It's also time bound. So that is one question is always there. Second point I feel personally is that the type of topics falls on. Okay, so only one theme and you find that 20 odd papers of the same type, like urban heat island. I generally do it for urban remote sensing and so. And typical same thing is happening in all of those things. That what to value, what to evaluate. Then the journal looks like a standard Xerox copy of the similar papers coming up. Though the paper are, if you are accepting one paper for the publishing of that urban heat island and good paper, if it is similar paper comes, should I say accept it or not? And then how many? Because otherwise it just pictures out again and again and again, similar, but of different cities or different things. So that is again, to me, I feel that is also a challenge coming up to that area. The third thing what I really wanted to bring out is that the database, not in form of database, but for example, I have invited the X person, okay, and then I find, or I might have added or taken up. So that goes to him. And next time when I come to, next time is not immediate, but India, then the same name has 3 email IDs. Okay. Probably that one email ID might have been rejected and hence this has come, but we can give only one email ID. So automatically it just goes as one email ID. Again, either it rejects back or not. So we get confused that out of these 3, which email ID we should be using for the purpose of functioning. And then again, it goes with the identification of reviewer as well as the delay in the time because it just reject or it doesn't or something like that. It comes after some days and then once again. So there are several issues coming up out of this one, though we have to take care of it in a proper manner. But when we are asked to speak about the kind of challenges what as an associate editor one is facing, I think these 3 are really major one, which is hurdling some of our flow of work or action plan. Thank you.
So thank you, Professor Anjana Vyas. So basically, the panel here has looked at this issue of how jointly to enhance the society membership and general contributors. Secondly, it has looked at inviting experts who may not be member to add to the total contributions. Third is they have specifically had suggestions on the process of reviewer selection, following up and resolving conflict. And I believe partly or in some oblique way, these things are being slowly brought about. And the person to really give the last thought on it is currently Dr. George Philip, who really faces all these problems on day-to-day basis. We will listen to him and then we would close this discussion. Dr. George Philip.
Thank you so much. We need to share thoughts. First of all, let us define what is a good journal. It's not to give you a certificate. a journal should have definitely journal should have good strength of reviewers. Our reviewers database is very exhaustive, but some of the problems which have been shared, sort of redundant in terms of the terms of non email ID. But the larger extent, we have got a good reviewer. Now, how rate a journal in terms of editorial? We have got outstanding researchers in the editorial board, leading editors, scholars, and that qualifies the peer review process very fair and the right line of evaluating everyone. And thirdly, whether this journal is recognized, yes, the journal is in the Web of Science. We have got good citation. In the last few years, it has progressively increased. And now, what about the contribution to this? They can say that we have received more than we have received submissions from more than 84 countries, whether it is or whether it is 100. So we have got a good coverage. That also shows the acceptance of our journal. Now, we have got good metrics in terms of now. I do not want to reinvent here, but are we satisfied with this metric, or are we satisfied with this editorial, or do we need to further? That is the basic question I'm supposed to answer here. Now, I can say that turnaround time considerably reduced. Today, the first decision when a manuscript is submitted, the average time is 36. Now, there are problems regarding the delay in the non-responsiveness of reviewers and able to find able reviewers. These are there. Nevertheless, the average period has come down to 36 days. Now, this will attract researchers to submit their paper. If we are able to bring down even this number, perhaps we'll be able to attract more researchers to contribute. Now, today we had a discussion with ourselves. We need more special issues. That also brings up the back factor, the credibility that we need to think of. Whatever proposals we have received in the past, they were not, they could not be qualified with certain criteria. Therefore, we need that more sitting here, also done a lot of work into ocean sea. Please send proposals that we can have more. Then we need to have viewers from regional editors. That is what Dr. Naik sir was telling, that we need to have, seeing the contribution from different parts of the world, we need to attract people. Video database, I would like to share here that we are trying to make an attempt, has also agreed to do that one. Currently, it is very difficult to find a proper reviewer based on whatever information is available. They have agreed to redo it, but it's a very difficult exercise. But we can assure you that we try to database reviewers. Anytime we have got a request that we share a request to you for those that other competent potential reviewers their details we can import it so that your burden will go. And regarding the review articles, we need more review articles from abroad. But secondly, we need to have the editorial board more strengthened. Sometimes some of these associate editors, they are feeling a lot of burden regarding the number of submissions from their respective specialization. Although we have got 13 specializations. Now, we don't have much editors. Problem. The collective effort, per opinion, per suggestion will be very valuable. Thank you, Dr. George Philip. He has been really giving a lot of inputs and support to run the journal and is currently the backbone of whatever is happening. So with this is view that it is not only the editorial board, but the members' participation in submission, accepting review, and in otherwise further bringing more ideas and concepts into the journal. Our journal will continue to further grow. And on behalf of all my co-panelists, I thank this organizing committee for asking us to really put forth some of these suggestions. Thank you very much. We close here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. ISRS would like to present token of appreciation for all panelists. I request the session moderator, Dr. V.K. Dadwal, to do the honor. Dr. Sanam Singh, former Dean Academic. Thank you, sir. Dr. A.S. Rajawat, former Deputy Director, SAC, Ahmedabad. Dr. A. Senthil Kumar.
The correction. I am a former group director at SAC, not deputy director. Thank you.
Dr. S.P. Agrawal, Director, NESAC. Dr. Rajendra Singh, Professor, IIT Kharagpur. Dr. Anjana Vyas, Professor, LG University. We have Dr. Jagannathan, sir. We will send you later. But thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sir. Yes. Sir, Dr. Adigar, Professor, IIT Roorkee. Yes. Dr. George Philip, Assistant Executive Editor, JISRS. Now I request Dr. R.P. Singh, Director, IRS, to do the honors and to facilitate Dr. V.K. Dadwal. Thank you, sir. With this, we conclude this session. Yes, sir. 5, yes, sir. 650. Yes. The next session will be sharing the experience by former ISRS EC members and ISR chapter EC members. So moderator, this session is moderated by Dr. S.K. Saha. I request Dr. S.K. Saha to please come. Let's see, sir. So Dr. YVN Krishnamurthy, right? Dr. Pramod K. Verma, Dr. A.N. Singh, Dr. P.L.N. Raju, Dr. S.K. Soni, Dr. V.V. Rao, Dr. M.P.S. Bish, Dr. Samir Saran sir, and Dr. D. Rajan. Present. Dr. D. Rajan.
Good afternoon, all the esteemed members of ISRS, my two panelists. So due to, short of time, as instructed by the organizing committee. So quickly you share your experience, particularly with respect to, how to enhance the outreach activity of the ISRS, to enhancing the various kind of professional programs for popularizing or acceleration of the outreach of the space, science and technology application, spatial technology. So you can focus on 2 points of future activity, which is already a lot of activities organized by the chapters and the main executive. So you can target 2 points for enhancing how we can improve the outreach, the objective of popularization and spatial technology, the students and the scientific community as a that kind of and national development. So first I will start with the Professor A.N. Singh. It's a very good association with the long-term association with the Thank you, Dr. That is compared. I'm the owner. I grind. That was the time when journal. Everything was and this everything was facts. Journal. Remember also some of the institutions request later subscribe the journal the package. I started writing and then
and we can IT, laptop, definitely. IT on under online. On, but no one can champion that he started approaching the head and when Dr. Babu became the president, and he gave me a target and that 17 to 3 times increase. By department, agriculture, and of course, but the society, should be and what they are journal. Society has to be on that some members taking what I think uh, taking the care and member, chapter member. Hoping and part where ourselves three take that
You and financial bank, bank of ISRS and chapter, we give this opportunity to be among you. I'm one of the beneficiaries of ISRS in journal and person 79 started my association with this. And but not today. What we have heard from the young entrepreneurs and young members talked about how the future there. It's high time the experience what is available with the professional body. We should do mentorship to entrepreneurs. Because people think about this can work. But what are the other things which the government is looking for? Where is the funding? Where is the funding? I think I can do certain undertaking. But then is it that what is needed and which delivers finally the commercially viable? Something like that. If I see one of the things with professional bodies in not startup companies, and they look from the mentorship professionals looking virtually the cost is low, And the softwares are also available across the globe for analysis. And then they give the inferences drawn. That's a document, legally bind document. Because when the finances come today, all the entrepreneurship are going to use data and it hit somewhere either in student segment or taxation. And the way, the methods for how did we do will be also questioned in the court of law. Experience what is available can be mentor and guide these youngsters. That will be one way step. How to do a different mechanism as already Dr. Prakash Chavan has mentioned, we discuss on top of it. Because when finance comes in, then did we really look into what all the detectors today available? Did we get all the information what we want to do? We recognize everything what we want to do? Or we didn't have the tools and techniques to recognize them effectively, still certain hidden information, which we don't have to invest on new detectors or sensors, that how to optimize, because we work much on algorithm basically to get that information. Can we help youngsters with the existing data itself, how we can rework and redo? That much work is done. Why that is important is that's where the business is. It's not just for publications. Business is there. And if you want to invest more, okay, we invest more. But ultimately, we have to deliver something which is needed at a particular thing. And the third most is what I looked at is, though we have space-based and drone or still you need to have institute data. If you question ourselves, where is our food production coming today? We have increased drastically that we have increased per hectare yields at different parts of the country and reducing in the irrigated areas. Yes. Then where it is coming? That means even if you not implemented highly scientifically in the watershed program, pockets of planning. So what type of moisture, how do we measure? Today, there are very simple tools available, which is developed from microstructured neutron detectors. Cost-effective at multiple places. It will give you very accurate information along with linked with satellite to give information related. What is the base dosage, basal dosage for the fertilizer we did not have? That's a business proposal. There's nothing to do. But we are only looking at remote sensing when my Sarnam Singh has asked that question. Okay, satellites is all base, but we all inbuilt is in situ also is needed for remote sensing. So in situ also is remote sensing. It's not defined that remote sensing is only on aerial, etc. Because here also physically you're not in contact with. But our society has a larger picture. You're only today defined to certain segments. Have to increase on the in situ observations. How dynamically we link. So we are giving a product or a service which can stand in the court of law when financial implications come to them. That's where now, because long back, if you remember, Dr. Sailesh Naik and all wanted the professional bodies to give certain amount of certification and everything. But now we are much beyond that. That's the type of support the society has to provide to the public and to the youngsters. Thank
you.
First of all, I take this opportunity to thank I also enriched myself working very closely with society. So I joined ISRS in 1988. Since then I was associated. But as a member, 6 onwards I was the president. Since till up to 2022, also vice president of one of the communities. Closely associated with ISRS. Also, it has given me the opportunity to grow and also contributing towards increasing the popularity of ISRS national level and Indian. I also worked with Navalgund sir, he was the president. At the time our ARS almost dormant. He insisted that we should again revive. With his encouragement, we started that. Then we also started attending the programs and contributing. It has also helped in organizing that ARS in the field. That is nice. It was mentioned that our visibility will come through the website. He insisted that it modify and revive our website. It was not very good that time. We worked very well on that and then so I was a part of working with Dr. Dadwal sir in that ISRS commission active involvement and then lot of time you have to give for that. So what I wanted to highlight that can we go beyond that what we are doing now? A lot of opportunities coming. Government of India also going in a big way, starting the new startups. Then as Dr. Vaidyan Kesar has mentioned, the regulatory certificate and the authenticity in the field. Yesterday I was attending GEM portal usage. So there we know GEM means is a products and services. So but it is going beyond normal products and services, professional things. So now we are talking about net zero by 2007. Already some professional companies already registered through GEM portal, and then they are going to provide the services how to audit the carbon this one, credit and then zero carbon, and then what are the measures to be taken, and also how to achieve this net zero in a certain target time. And we are also the professional body having working in the various fields. Can't ISRS play a role in the national level? And then organizations like state level or central level, they can engage the ISRS in providing the services. And then we are also a group of people, 6,000. Also, people are working in various fields. So they can also contribute towards that. Similarly, if you talk about any schemes implementation, if you talk about state level schemes implementation for various projects, either it is a smart city or agriculture projects, and nowadays it is coming, agri tax is coming in a big way, and also registering the farmers, and then at each field level, and then for that also states are also they float their own tenders. They mainly depend upon the private vendors. So as a professional body can play a role, form a group of experts, also support in providing the services in the name of ISRS, and at the same time taking the services of the people who are already experienced in this field for many years. Then maybe they'll be very happy to contribute. Society, if it can look into a bigger way, because new startups and a big opportunity, and also encouraging young people to take up startups through the professional body of ISRS.
Oh, Guruvenu. Thank you, Dr. Shah. And first of all, I'd like to Kar Chauhan and all the organizing team. First of all, I have to say pranam to all my gurus. Those are sitting in the back bench. They are basically foundation stone of this IRS, Kalaji and Vigranji. And very old teachers. They are sitting today. I feel very happy when I saw them. No one is recognizing them. I think younger generation very less. So first of all, this is ISRS since I joined last 6 months with this. And what is the progress of my this ISRS chapter? That we have first of all a drive to increase the membership. So that is our first motive. To increase the motive, there is one problem. But when I interact with the universities and the students those are working in the various parts of Uttarakhand, they generally said, sir, fees बहुत ज़्यादा है, थोड़ा कम कर. That is one question they generally ask me. So can I request to all the stalwart over here, can it be reduced to the younger generation or this bit so that we can attract much and much number of students in the field? Second thing, while we move towards the, when I was in the USAC, since I was last 5 years there in the USAC, Uttarakhand Space Application Center. So we generally visit all universities or degree colleges, more than 50, 55 odd number. And along with these ISRS team, Kashi and Samir with me, and they know how they are very keen to learn this science. But unfortunate, our interior of the Uttarakhand, they don't know much about it. So that our first aim is to reach them, to take my all scientists over there, to communicate the science, basic things regarding space technology, regarding this remote sensing and GIS technology, and then wherever the colleges or the universities they are taking lead on this subject, like our university in Garhwal University, they have one new department, remote sensing department. Like others, they are also interested, like Kumail University, or some private colleges over here, like Uttarakhand University, Traffic Petroleum University. They are very keen to work on this. But ultimately, they want to interact with us. So our aim will be to reach them. Second thing, since we got, when I joined here, there were only 230 or 40 members, but now it reached up to 406. So this is a good number. I think it will be increased. For two, as all scientists who are working in this science, there is one always question in my mind. Whatever this science you are doing, whether it is applicable to the field or not, whether the administrator or the planners are accepting it or not. To communicate this thing, I think our motive should be to give the knowledge bureaucrats also of the state, because generally they ignore sometimes. So I think through this platform, I like to say that our aim should be to give the knowledge to the bureaucrats and the planners or the administrators of the state level too. So this is whatever I want to say. Please.
Thank you. We'd like to listen from Dr. Soni.
Good evening, everybody. Let me give the customary or let me thank Sir Chauhan, sir, executive body members and organizers of this event, that they are giving me an opportunity to discuss some of my views and some of my experiences. I'm coming from Indore. We got a prestigious Institute of Technology and Science, in a 70-year-old institute. And start from the past, present, and the future. As a matter of, we started remote sensing somewhere in 1970s. One Professor Singacha from IIT Bombay, and he provided some aerial photograph for department, that's the Indian department. There were a couple of aerial photographs. And one of my colleague, Professor Neta, was deputed to IIT Bombay to diploma in advanced air photo interpretation. That was the beginning of course in 1970s. And when he came back, we did some project with ISRO. I joined this institute in 1977 as a research associate. I never worked in ISRO. I never joined in any capacity. But
I enjoyed the relationship with each and every senior professors. I joined as a research associate in sponsored projects on land use mapping. That was the beginning of my career, and that was the beginning of remote sensing activity in my institute. We did some couple of projects on simulation of Bhaskara data. That was in 79. And later on, we got an opportunity and inspiration from Dr. Baldev Sahai. He was a Chesneta Bazari. In 1988, we attended one conference at ISRS, that was a National Annual Symposium. And in 1989, we constituted a statutory body of ISRS Indo chapter, for which Sahanda was chairman and Mehta, and we started like this activity. We had an opportunity of performing an annual convention on engineering application remote sensing. When the ISRS Indo chapter was formed, and we were inspired to have a celebration of remote sensing day. And the few names who have visited my chapter and encouraged us to start remote sensing. It was a Yashpal sir, yes, Gopal sir, Suresh Kibe, who was the founder coordinator for research program. We have Dr. D.D. Bhavalkar, who was director of RRCAT. So V. Jayaraman, we had an opportunity of interacting with A.K.S. Gopalan, Professor Shankara, Mrs. P. Venkatachalam, IIT Bombay. We had interaction with Professor Kiran Kumar. There are the few names who have visited our institute and inspired the remote sensing activity. We did a lot of short courses, winter school program. We did a lot of efforts. It was very tough for us because I was doing a project on a simulation of Bhaskara data in 79. And I had an opportunity of making presentation of the studies, and I found that in Bhaskara 1 data, the entire Narmada river was not seen. And when I came back and told my director, this is my experience, he said, what is remote sensing? It's a useless science. In remote sensing, everything is remote, and there is no sense to it because you're not identifying and you are seeing a telescope into space and seeing the Earth with a resolution of 72.5 meters. Light shot of there is about 18.5 meters. But that comment was very, what you call it, touching to me, and we all worked together. And we've done a lot of projects with a lot of activity. Then we thought that there should be participation of the school children also. And one of the industries we supported by giving a running field. We introduced one essay competition. And we have a general interest. Example, basic, what is remote sensing and what we application that we started in the 80s. Then we gave them topics on Bhaskara, and we used to give them what you call trophy and some certifications, some mementos. Even we gave them a cash prize from the ISRS chapters. Continued for a long time, and there was a participation, and there was, even today we do a lot of activity in remote sensing. And what we are doing today, what we are at the moment, I'm very happy to announce, or I've made a lot of thing that our institute is having a 9 engineering departments, starting on telecommunications to instrumentation. We've got computer science, we've got a computer and civil engineering, and we are teaching geoinformatics, remote sensing. A thought came to my mind that every state or IIT Kanpur or IIT Bombay or even some universities, they are making some nano satellites. And in one of the meetings, our chief minister was there. He said that every state is going for satellites, why not MP? And he assured us that he will provide all financial support. And I'm very happy to announce you that about a month back, we have submitted one document, of course, with ISRS and Institute on fabrication of a nano satellite. That nano satellite will be having the payloads corresponding to microwave region, because our objective will be to map the environment, that is the pollution studies of the atmosphere around Indore. You must be aware of that Indore has been declared consecutively for 7 years the cleanest city. So we have controlled the
what we call wastage on the ground, and then we want to go for study of pollution. So this is the contribution which my institute is making. As a matter of fact, I retired 3 years back after working for 43 years in this institute. Well, what I expect from ISRS, or why I expect from ISRO, or why I expect from IIA. My students are facing problem for the internship. Internship is they are doing master's program. They want to go for some dynamics out of it. I expect that IIRS should give an opportunity for our students to interact in some projects. It can be online, it can be offline. Sort of. Second, as you mentioned, that there is always a shortage of the funds. You generate the funds, but I'm happy to announce that we got some funds in last performance activity. So I would like to tell you, or I would like to make a request to you that we need support. Chapters need support. The funds which is provided by chapters here by the department is very minimum, and of course, always we need some money. लक्ष्मी भी चाहिए, सरस्वती भी चाहिए, गणेश जी की कृपा भी चाहिए, तभी हम पूरी चीज कर सकते हैं. Just 1 minute. I will be failing in my duties if I don't give my regards to my seniors. Suresh Naik is sitting here, and great professors under whom I have learned the remote sensing because I never studied. Thank you very much for this hearing. Thank you, Dr. Rao. Good evening to all of you. I have a few points. One is affecting having the space reform participation. Chapter JISRS of set a benchmark and should be continue in future. Taking the problem point, then bringing the best of the perspective, I think that is the first achievement for benchmark. So, I mean, suggestions from what we need from the ISRS, see, so and so, but what we need is more number of people. Challenges, the new instant things are coming with skill set. Technique, things are changing so fast. So we need people to mentor them, and so we need something also. I think that would be taken care. That is the one. Maybe we have this chapter can propose as an activity, It is not only bringing out the journal and connecting to like it has. What I feel is maybe advantage of the start is can be adopted certain success stories from also be brought out. I think that this activity some of that. Apart from providing this, teaching the knowledge, right on application. The data is free now, they are not expensive. So probably certain activity, I think one of the people how to associate with this. Well, I think we have been talking about the turnaround time has been reduced. But I think why don't we think of increasing the journal? Probably one more journal has been added. But we are changing time. Some suggested for some
in that. So probably even online, yeah, people have to pay for it. But the demand would be like that because the new education policies are putting up a lot of people, and then foreign universities are coming up in India putting a shop, and it is affected in India. So the people want to have a publication, faster publication in the journal. So I think that would be demand for the publication of papers. I think there would be great demand that I think are looking to probably entering into open source or and one more area is I think entrepreneur startup culture. But I think we need to find innovation into schools by doing like much more than conducting. Because as the startup culture is evolving in ISRO, I think we probably society can play a more catalyst role in universities and then encourage them to give us some kind of a pumping certain very basic minimum of apart from mentoring. Other thing is yeah, Prakash has already discussed about. We need to have well connected policy makers, and then also we need to have people to prepare the roadmap and grow infrastructure is coming up in a big way. So we don't have as a evolving standard. Guidelines have come, but but still a lot of things are great. So we don't know. So the probably some working groups can come. But I think it's a great contribution. Okay, thank you. Invite Dr. Nandial. Good evening, everyone. Of course, I wondered if I am representing one of the vibrant chapter of ISRS, and everybody knows that since basically that is the largest chapter of ISRS and now whatever activity you said, when that past and very quickly. I would like to add opinion of best chapter of our fights. The latest best chapter. And then, as I mentioned, yeah, very fascinating, very very and very much visual because online one of those add curriculum and then I bread button and the and then I did something then get what we done. Whatever any open chapter we are doing here. Like we are having then we are having one of the well read development then we take
That is currently they are doing. Now, the thing is that they are talking about that, how to do it from there. What I was thinking of is that one thing is that I have what are the that I yeah, and when you sign up at that point, in because but in my mind, remove or anything. I feel like that. And I have that we cannot argue. That is not when we have got like developed by that have to get that is how any of them whatever thing, but it's how that is that is one thing I think the concept of that there is and the thing have to take control. It is there.
That's a, there can be.
Yeah, I think that's one thing that develop and what is saying I will share one of my experience because I got one.
Actually, advice is that you can send the email to secretary, whatever the suggestion you have. So,
And I
okay, thank you. Dr. Singh. Thank you, moderator, for giving me opportunity to share my experiences in the society for almost a decade. In fact, when I joined society, I was initiated with as a treasurer. My responsibility was to have a more better corpus and how we can reduce the expenditure. So anyway, that was done in a different way. But as a secretary, the moment I joined as a secretary under the presidentship of Dr. Shailesh Naik sir, the important task given to me was we have to transform the entire website because the front face of ISRS is our website. So that was the task given to me. And in fact, the time was less. So I thought that, okay, if you are planning to have a website, we should first look at the life member because the earlier mechanism which we were using was the hard copy life membership. We have to, they used to send the forms and then according to the acceptance, you get the number. So let us have a mechanism of online membership. That was one. The second thing is most of the phone calls we used to receive from the life member, that was it, what is my life membership? So we introduced the search engine into the website so that people can get those queries directly. The third thing is the JISRS journal because we were earlier sending the journals hard copy to various sustaining members as well as the life members. So what we did is we made a mechanism of accessing the journal directly to the website. So what I mean to say is that if you make use of these technologies, the outreach will be much more as we envisaged the earlier times. So what I propose is, I think if we have a dedicated outreach platform for this ISRS, because
the important thing is we have been doing many activities like in the form of annual convention or in the form of workshops. If we have this outreach platform and develop some tutorials or let us say popular lecture by our senior veterans, maybe for 15-20 minutes, it will attract many students who wanted to venture into this area. So by this mechanism, we can have a better outreach. And in fact, one of the important exercise what we did on popularization of remote sensing and GIS in 2017, where the outreach was around 1 lakh participants. So that was a good experience for us. So if we have these type of platforms and if we are able to outreach to the young mind, then we can certainly make the difference. So I think, and one more thing is, like most of the chapters, some of them are dormant chapters, and the normal activities what chapters are doing is they are celebrating National Remote Sensing Day, Science Day. So they have been doing this for the last, I think, 10 to 15 years. So what we can do is we can dedicate some theme to the individual chapters, because apart from what they are doing, the celebration of this National Remote Sensing Day or other thing, they should also concentrate on certain themes which they can provide some important information which can ultimately come as the annual report. So those type of modifications little bit, and we should also look for new emerging areas which should be reflected in our website so that we can add more and more maybe experts so that the outreach can make the difference. So that is all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you. So with this, we are concluding this particular panel discussion session. So I thank, the organizer and the co. Okay, he's joining. No. Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, so sorry, due to constraint of time, when I have to restrict the time for each allocated to the each panelist. However, you can send your suggestion, whatever further. Although all these points are noted by the organizing committee. So additionally, if you want to suggest, you can email to the secretary ISRS.
Thank you, sir. This was a wonderful session. ISRS would like to present a token of appreciation to all the panelists. I request session moderator to do the honor. Dr. YBN Krishnamurthy, Registrar IIST and former Director IRS and former Vice President ISRS. Thank you, sir. Dr. A.N. Singh, former Director UPRSAC and former Vice President ISRS. Dr. PLN Raju, Special Secretary, Government of Assam and former Vice President ISRS. Dr. S.K. Soni, Professor GSS ITS and Chairman ISRS Indore Chapter. Dr. V.B. Rao, Associate Director NRSC and Chairman ISRS Hyderabad Chapter. Our Director NPS BIST, Professor HNB Gadwal University and Chairman ISRS Dehradun Chapter. Dr. Samir Saran, Head GID IRS and former First Vice President ISRS. Dr. D. Razak, Secretary ISRS Ahmedabad Chapter. Now I request Dr. Senthil Kumar to do the honors and facilitate session moderator Dr. S.K. San. with this, we conclude this session. Thank you very much. So we have that. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. To deliberate upon the ways to strengthen ISRS's international linkages, we have arranged a fireside chat. To moderate this session, may I invite Mr. Sanjay Kumar on dais, sir, please. And I would like to request Dr. Prakash Chauhan, President ISRS, Dr. R.R. Navalgun, Dr. Shailesh Nayak, and Dr. Krishnan Hapke to join this session as a panelist. Yes. Sir. No, no, speak. First of all, thank you very much. And in view of the time limits, Dr. Prakash said that he will not share his viewpoints, but of course he has said during the day. Let me get going straight. The theme of the discussion is developing international linkages. Of course, we live in a global village, so we need to be part of the global village. And how do we strengthen our relationship with the global community? So let me get going straight away with the quick question to Shailesh. Dr. Shailesh, why do we need to be part of the global community? And we'll expect people to respond in 1 minute or so. Fireside chat means not more than a minute.
So if we want to be part of the global thing is how we can technology and normally you will need a plan. But the thing that we need and we have to see how we can contribute there. It's unless I think in last week, so I think this is the way that always see what we can contribute. We can what they can do.
So that's the word of wisdom that we live in a global village and we have global challenges and we need to contribute to solve those global challenges. Dr. Navalgund, what do you think about the role of space infrastructure and space technology in addressing the global challenges? Quickly.
For example, the space is the only way in which the global connections can be made. Whether it is the natural resources, their depletion for a period of time, and its impact one country affecting the other country. a large amount of people, Brazil or Indonesia or Malaysia, does affect climate, does affect the country. So the whole big Earth as a system has a large number of the dimensions which are affected all across. And remote sensing was a space infrastructure. But space infrastructure is a must in order to look at it synoptically, globally, very often, dynamically, and in many dimensions. Because space infrastructure is not limited to one. So, right, so entire gamut of electromagnetic spectrum is available. So, yes, the whole global issues and space are intimately connected.
So the point is that is yeah, sure.
One who mentioned about the Earth system science. Actually, that word came after the satellite. That word by observing the Earth, lies in there. That's very important.
So, as we know that space views the planet as one. It doesn't make distinctions. It's a planet and we have the planet's resources, we have global challenges. Dr. Hipke, what do you think about in last 50 years? ISRS is, by the way, almost 110 years old organization. What do you think that ISRS has contributed to the global challenges in last 50 years?
Setting up space sector here in India is an unparalleled event globally. So what has happened in this country has contributed to what was just mentioned, space infrastructure. I will not comment on political issues, but it certainly has contributed to those as well. And it has contributed to science and understanding of what was just called Earth science, simply by making available these images to the Indian society, but also to the international society. Congratulations to that success. That is what ISRS also is, of course, part, because without this community, and ISRS is a community of the space sector in India, it could not happen.
So what do you think is more expected out of ISRS?
It's always important to know and to say what you expect from others. I'd rather say, what can both parties, the national, in this case ISRS, and the international, being AARS, the Asian Association, and ISPRS International, what can they do together? Yeah. They can come together, they can discuss problems, they can try to find solutions, and they can certainly share experience. That goes beyond the technical issues being discussed, because simply by talking to each other and by visiting each other, we also get a better understanding of each other's culture, which is, in order to build trust, the foundation of it all.
So given the fact that Indian space program is probably it's the best among all the developing nations that produced, and it's at par with any international standards. So what are the areas which you believe specifically ISRS can help contribute and leverage the ISPRS programs? So what are the key areas of collaboration we take? And then we'll get back to Salesh and Naval going to respond to that.
I mentioned 2 points. One is make data available for calibration and therefore spreading the news of the quality of the data. That has been done, for instance, with the Cartosat data. And the other point I mentioned is benchmark data. It was mentioned before. It's important to have such data sets which can be used globally in order to share the results and to compare the results. I understand that some of these questions and therefore the data set are tied to local questions. Therefore, it's important to have benchmark data also from India.
Let's respond to this in terms of ISRS or space cooperation for the global solutions.
Yeah, one of course, as Christian mentioned, we do have to have sustainable, continuous interactions professionally with the Asian remote sensing Asian countries as well as the Asian society countries. And, but I would like to go one step further. There are many other institutions global, including some of our neighboring countries, where we should establish a certain amount of professional interaction. For example, Australia. Australia does Australasia conferences and many of the activities together. And we have many things common with, let's say, India and Australia. So we don't have any formal interactions. Like the society there, we have a society here. These two societies can interact. What about some of the countries in Africa? What about some of the countries? I'm not talking about only Europe and the United States, but there are many other countries which have a certain amount of from whom we can learn, and we can also provide a certain amount of our experience. So I think we now go beyond whatever is, of course, we should strengthen whatever we have, but in addition to that, we would explore the interaction with any other countries and nations who are engaged. Because now now I had a small anecdote to tell you that children 50 years back, one called Sabrina, he has done aerospace engineering. He came to me about 3-4 years back and said that he wants to do something about Africa, remote sensing Africa. And just 6 weeks back, he sent me a report. He's a private startup. He said that this year he did the pre-estimation for grade. And he's, under war. And then he found out that the production is more than what it was earlier. This is an information which is extremely important globally for agricultural pricing. So, my point is that our interactions, what we have, better, and
The stage is set for you. You have been, I think. So how do you think? Let me complete. One is that we recognize that space is important. ISRS has also outlined that what we can contribute to their programs. Dr. Navamit has also outlined what he thinks that we should support and enable our neighboring countries or like-minded countries. You are also the board member of Space. It's a new organization. So now how do you think being in the value chain of the command you are there, how do you think that we can make?
I think it's very important that I
Solution.
part of promotion. Right. I was very happy. I think its space would be very happy to take this. I think have to bring down a lot of funnels and startups and sort of providing service. I think it's in the business. I was going to give them a platform, and I think ISRS is.
So the point is that, through this platform of ISRS, which is a body of the professional members, if the government of India is willing to extend its help to other countries and other programs, I think ISRS could be one platform which could actually be the interface between the Indian space program and its commitment to support sustainable development and the other global challenges by contributing, data, technology, services, and more so kind of technology transfer as well to some extent to the friendly countries to build their capacities. So in that view, I would like to have last statement from you all within 30 seconds or 1 minute. What specific you want ISRS to do? how to make it happen actually.
Yeah. ISRS, in fact, many times, most of the interactions, what you said, because the country, take only mental level. But that's the way it happened. For example, we did set up what we called as Indo-Myanmar Peace Center, Remote Sensing Peace Center in Rangoon, Yangon. But that was again, it's not directly from the society, but it was bilateral, political form. But I think what we can do now, because it is so available, I think we can always make proposals, such interactions to the society as a forum, but then there are no other political liability. So I think that it is and this we have to convince, and this we have to persuade. This is what we have to do. ISRS. For example, the entire street, the Center for Space Science and Technology Education, we set up on this campus, and we provide the so-called graduate diploma course. Many country people come here and become. Although that is a bilateral government thing, but I think ISRS should have a role to play. Yes, so that's it.
In ISPRS, we established a number of years ago travel grants. That is partial support for young people to attend our conferences. I understand in India there is a lot of large conferences, and I think it may be a very good way to invite people from other, you call them friendly countries, to participate in conferences in India and to partially support them. I will add one thing. The travel grant program from ISPRS has greatly benefited due to a very, very generous donation of ISRS recently. In the name of ISPRS, I'd like to express our gratitude for that donation. Thank you very much indeed.
And now, Ganesh,
Yeah,
the capacity of ISRS, what do you
Yeah,
think that
no, I think it's very important that the Christian briefly mentioned one thing. This ISPRS platform to evaluate the country. And that helped to acceptability of the country. I think we should do more such activity under that thought. That is the one. Number two, there was Dr. Navalgiri suggested and further, with AG, we have now discussing two things on the water related issues, global and capacity. And from India, I am also involved in Indian Geophysical Union. So we have a very close interaction. The third thing is we have the agrometeorological society, which essentially provides the services to the farmers. And the same thing now we have organized the South Asia and including Pakistan, Afghanistan, all are regularly participating in this discussion. And this is what I think probably Dr. Navalgiri wanted to say, and this ISRS also can do, and I agree with the question that we can provide certain travel grants to countries to participate in.
Very good. That apart from participating in these international conferences, I think now ISRS is in a position to institute ISRS chairs in specialized fields, and we invite expert professors from other countries to come and stay here for a month. I do not know whether everybody will agree, but we can be proactive and say that you please come to Dehradun, for example, stay for 1 month, teach this particular course, whatever is there, half a semester or.
That's a great idea.
And it may cost us money, but I tell you, it has two advantages. One, our international cooperation will increase, and the second thing is our students will get greatly benefited by that expertise.
So with this, I would like to thank panelists. The summary for me is very simple.
space infrastructure is at the foundation of the digital age. Without a space, nothing works, trust me. And we live in a global village. We have to be part of the global village. And in most of the economies, societies play the role of socialization of the ideas before government to government takes on any kind of serious discussion. Because the initial socialization, and that is where I think the Indian Society of Remote Sensing can play a role in helping extend our relationship with some countries, as well as our engagement with the global remote sensing and geospatial professionals. So with this, thank you very much. You have an agenda, Dr. Patas. You have an agenda to deliver now. We have given it. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. I think it was the purpose of the end of the discussion are how we can send the society. Idea. Definitely. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just a minute. As a token of appreciation from a society side, we would like to present mementos to all our panelists. And I request moderator to kindly do the honors to Dr. Shailesh Nayak. To Dr. Christian Hapke. To Dr. R.R. Nagalgun. And may I request President ISRS, Dr. Prakash Chauhan, to kindly honor our moderator, Mr. Sanjay. Thank you, sir.
Just wanted to tell everybody that I also served as the working group chair of ISPRS 6-4 from 2000 to 2004. And I was just 30 years old and with no remote sensing background. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now, may I invite Secretary ISRS, Dr. Praveen Kumar, to kindly apprise the gathering about the present status and future outlook of the society.
Not take time. So I will start with our main backbone, our members and the chapters which are distributed all across the country. And as of now, last 1 month, we have been seeing a surge in our membership, and it has crossed 6,045 as of today, with Ahmedabad leading this segment. And we have 27 chapters, 15 have already their activity in 2024 and 2023. And election process for the 9 chapters is almost going to complete with some minor corrections. And 2 chapters we are trying to revive, that is Allahabad and Bangalore, which has not been able to work since 2016. And all the chapters has been very active, as you must have heard in the previous sessions. They support all our activities throughout the year, basically the National Remote Sensing Day, the World Environment Day, and also supporting the other activities like the Hyderabad chapter has given excellent support. That is in the recently concluded our National Symposium and Annual Convention. And also there is a big new membership drive which is being done by these chapters. So in the future plans, we'll have this revival of the old chapters. And also there has been requests coming because we have very big segment of the
remote sensing, photogrammetry, and allied subjects especially in IIT Roorkee. And then Shimla, Srinagar also there is a request. Ranchi also there is a lot of people, many of our students also who have passed out from here. They will plan for the new chapter. And as in the previous session, we have this virtual chapter for the geospatial industry. I have incorporated and international outreach activities and new chapters or the students association which can increase our international footprint and the more funding support as discussed in the previous session. And many times people say that it is ISRO dominated. So I just got the statistics. Out of 6,000 members, only 950 are within the ISRO. So it is 16% only. Rest all are academia and other that is not non-ISRO. So this is our national symposium. This excellent work done at Hyderabad chapter led by Prakash sir, V.V. Rao sir, Ramana ji, all are here. So it is one of the big success for this one. And in the future, we have these all activities lined up. And in the 2023, our sister society ISG will take the full lead with our full support. And for that 2024, we'll have this chapters so who will take the lead. And then as discussed in the previous sessions, we'll have this relevant lectures series plus the working group where both technology and applications will be there. And this future directions in remote sensing policy matters. So all those things in the future we are planning what has been discussed in the previous sessions also. We have been supporting the students for the each chapter 2 students we sponsor. But as suggested by others, if it is approved by EC and the AGM, we can also do the our neighboring countries to attend our conferences. And also we support every 4 years one student for the ISRS conference. And this ARS last year it has been constituted. So maybe if the funding is there, we can have some annual sponsorship of the international event for the students. Then our sister international societies, they have a lot of linkages. So Professor Hapke has already given his thanks. So this is just directly taken from the ISRS website. 13 students, actually we met all of them at France last year. So we will continue to have the active collaboration with the ISRS and as of now, 4 working groups, ISRS and Indian working, they are led by the Indian scientific community. And Geospatial Week already there is a plan to have a tutorial and a dedicated session in the Cairo. And also, if the funding allows for the 2030 ISRS Congress meeting in India. And there has been active participation in previous years in ARs also. And the AR, this Deputy General Secretary post is given. And last 2021, this ISRS Asian Geospatial Award was initiated. And this was given and bidding for 2024. And this is the input from the editorial board. So basically, we have very good turnaround point in the submission time. So this all points we have incorporated, and this is all. And the name has been cleared from the senior side that if we change the name, we will use our citation. This I complete my book. Thank you. Now, we would like to felicitate our local organizing chairman and our director, Dr. R.P. Singh, along with the Dr. Pramod Kumarji, who is the executive chairman of our execution committee. So I would like to request Dr. Prakash Chauhan sir and Shailesh sir to felicitate Dr. R.P. Singh and Dr. Pramod Kumarji.
Dr. R.P. Singh. Dr. Pramod Kumar. Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Chairman Execution Committee, Dr. Pramod Kumar, sir, to kindly propose a formal vote of thanks.
I'm just thinking of what has been over the day when galaxy of all eminent personalities who steered the remote sensing program over the 5 decades and plus. They are here, and the rarest opportunity in the recent history of the IRS when such galaxy of eminent personalities are here in the campus, and we are giving their thoughts, their insights, how the society should take on in the future. Remember, just having the discussion with all the eminent personalities present here, that the way we celebrated during the decades back, when we celebrated the 25 years of IRS, the 25 years of the ISRS. Recently, in 2016, we celebrated the 50 years of IRS, and then now we are celebrating the 50 years of ISRS. It's a great opportunity in the recent history of IRS when such kind of programs are happening. Now, on behalf of the President ISRS, Dr. Prakash Chauhanji, on behalf of the Director of the Host Institute, Dr. Aarti Singh ji, on behalf of the entire ISRS fraternity, on behalf of the IRS fraternity, my proud privilege to propose the formal vote of thanks. There are eminent galaxy of personalities which are present here. Just to name them, we have heard Dr. George Yusuf, Dr. Viral Diksha, Dr. Naval Gulji, Dr. Sailesh Nayak ji, Dr. V.K. Garwal ji, Dr. Vaidyan Krishnamurthy, Dr. From the ISRS, we have got Dr. Kishan Hekde, Dr. Arti Bhattacharya ji, Dr. Ramesh Singh ji, Dr. President of the ISRS, Dr. Prakash Chauhan ji, Dr. A.N. Singh, Dr. S.K. Soni ji. Then we also heard several other personalities who are present here. We had this just to give you the brief, the break of the registration which happened. Let me also share with you over this all day-long program, we have got a large number of registrations, and the registration happened from 8 ISRO centers, and also registration happened from the 46 outside the ISRO center. This was also one of the key points that how the society is treating this wing, that how this gives the statistics. In terms of the other statistics, I would like to read out that from the government sector, 42 government institutions we have got a representation, from the private 7, and from the industry 18. We are thankful to all the sponsoring organizations, all the individuals who have come all the way and then you have participated in the program. Certainly, it's going to be a milestone year in the history of IRS, in the history of JIS, Journal of Indian Society of Remote Sensing, that we are going to celebrate. As Dr. George Yusuf sir was speaking, that we have to celebrate about the successful, that's the 60 years. And then the way all the things got changed from the when we celebrated the 25 years to the reach point when you celebrate the golden jubilee years, the times to come when you're going to celebrate the 50 year, the several things are going to change. That's how we have got the industry participation. We got Dr. Sanjay Kumar ji is also given the insights how in the times to come that how the further leverages milestones shall be built in the times to come. And then we are going to have, when we celebrate our 60th year, newer elements will be built. And our membership, which has gone to 6042 today, going to increase many. In this endeavor, we have heard the representative from the Singer who has come here. This is Chaudhary, he has come here. We also heard the representative of Taylor Franklin, who has also given the thought. Among the galaxy of all individuals, we also got other eminent personalities. The director of the NRC has deputed their personnel. Dr. Venkat, Dr. Rajshri, and others also, they have joined here. Dr. Fernandez also joined here. Then we also got the other institutions like the NESAT, the director, Dr. H.P. Dawalji, he has come here. Now, we also got during this day-long program, the presentation of several, we have got 27 chapters across the country who are taking on the all the activities of ISRS at the national level. We have got the representation from several chapters in the country. And this endeavor, we are finding that how the special technology is going to take on its going to spread in big in the time to come. We are all indebted to all the institutions who have deputed their personnel. All we are also incidentally, I'm also seeing that we also mentioned here that in this galaxy of eminent personalities, we also got the professionals who have got who contributed in the past from IIRS, from the SAC and other institutions. They have also spared the time they have come. We're thankful to you all. Now, further, when you look at, then we have also got the representation of the various other sectors, and then in this, how the program got updated. The program of this nature cannot happen overnight. This endeavor, the chairman of the LOC, the director IRS has constituted a committee. That's how we have got the kind of teamwork happened, and the chairman, member secretary, and all the members of various committees, they have contributed their efforts and how the program has become successful. So I'm thankful to all the chairman of the members, chairman of all the committees, chairman of all the member secretaries of all the committees, who contributed. Finally, I wish a happy and safe journey back home. And we're going, and then when we celebrate our 60th year again, we have with a new element and with the new things, we're going to celebrate in the 60th year. Wish you a good luck and wish you a happy journey. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, we will have a quick tea break of 15 minutes and we'll assemble back for the next section of the felicitation of the past ISRS secretaries and named JISRS editorial board members and the cultural team. So we'll have a quick tea break of 15 to 20 minutes. We will assembling back after that. Thank you so much.
hello, hello. Hello, 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 check. Hello, hello, check. Hello, hello. हेलो चेक काउंटर आ गया हेलो चेक हेलो चेक हेलो हेलो चेक चेक हेलो एपेक्स कम करना रिवर्ब कम और कम दो
Hello, hello, check, check one. Hello, check, check. Good evening, check. Hello, hello. May I request all of you to kindly take your seats so that we can timely begin with our cultural evening program. Thank you.
Out, out.
Hello, hello, check. Good evening, everyone. I would request all of you to kindly be seated so that timely we can begin with the cultural program. Bass come. Hello, check. Sound. Hello, 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 check. Echo थोड़ा सा कम ही रखिएगा. Hello, hello, check. Increase the bass, please. Bass. Hello, hello, check. Check. Hello, check, check. Hello, hello, 1, 2, 3. Slightly थोड़ा कर दीजिए. Hello, hello, 1, 2, 3. Check, check. Hello, hello. Good evening, good evening, good evening. Hello. Perfect. Thank you.
Good evening, one and all. I welcome you back for the session felicitation of the past ISRS secretary and the main JISRS editorial board members. Now I request Editor-in-Chief Dr. Shailesh Nayak and President ISRS Dr. Prakash Chauhan sir to kindly come to the dais for the felicitation. I also request Director IRS Dr. R.P. Singh to kindly come to the dais. In this list, firstly, I want to call the main editorial board of JISRS, Dr. V.K. Dadwal. So please come. Dr. A. Santhil Kumar. Dr. A. Santhil Kumar. Dr. A. Santhil Kumar. Dr. S.P. Agarwal. Dr. George Phillips, sir. Dr. George Phillips. Dr. Subrat Nandi. Now I would like to call upon the names of associate editors. Dr. Sudhakar Reddy. Dr. Subrat Nandi, editorial board member of JISRS. Dr. Sudhakar Reddy, associate editor. Dr. Gulab Singh. Dr. Gulab Singh, representative from the chapters, Guwahati chapter. Dr. PLN Raju from Guwahati chapter. From Chennai chapter. Representative from Chennai chapter. Ma'am, please. Now I request the former secretaries of ISRS, late Dr. P.K. Champati Ray. On his behalf, I invite Ma'am Shifali Agrawal. Dr. S.K. Saha. Dr. P.K. Champati Ray. Dr. S.K. Saha, please. Dr. P.L.N. Raju as the Secretary ISRS. Dr. Sameer Saran. Dr. Hiten Padalia. Dr. Hiten Padalia. Dr. Praveen Thakur. Current Secretary ISRS, Dr. Praveen Thakur. Thank you, sirs. Thanks a lot.
Current EC members.
I request all the EC members of ISRS main body to kindly come to the stage for a group photograph. Thank you, sirs. Now we will be beginning our cultural program. This cultural program is by Aapka Business Solutions. The organization is founded by Dr. Kanchan Negi.